This debate went exactly like I predicted it would. Hi, Mike. You were right about Ethan. Yeah. Now I just get into this stupid bullshit. I could talk about it more.
You.
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Oh, here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like, not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hasan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean,
Can I point out how bad of a producer of live production Dan is? I mean, why would he get better? He doesn't have to get better.
you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So
that should have happened before they ever got onto a call. I legitimately, listen, I'm not trying to rag on Hasan too much, but this is ridiculous, man. Like,
I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
of course,
good.
We'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Of course, absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on 1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
You think Ethan would have respected anything said in private? No. But I think that it would have been useful to have that as a document ready, right? And then do this, but then also have this document that was agreed to by Ethan that you can pull on the screen.
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, I
don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Like gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, okay, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Hasan is one of those people, and I don't know how to put this while remaining sounding nice. Hasan is one of those people that people have always been nice to them their entire life. And so when he goes into a situation with people, he assumes that they're, I don't want to say it's pretty privilege, but maybe that contributes to it, where basically when you're good looking or famous or whatever, people are trying to get stuff from you all the time, and they lead with being nice. And so he's not really used to people that have ill will or are rejecting him or have want to take advantage of him.
The belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do this.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
Was happening. I can't.
Probably context puke,
really?
as I normally do.
I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." No, and by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. you participated in some sketches. It happens.
Not in that. I mean,
Really?
yeah.
You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done,
Well, I mean,
done funny things.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way,
yeah,
you
that's
believe
fine.
that the likes were botted on that?
What?
I think he's stupid. I think Ethan Klein is legitimately stupid. He doesn't know that the dislikes are not real. All we have is views and likes. This is stupid. I'm never going to pause. New rule. I'm going to mute, but I'm not going to pause. If I have to go back, fine. I'm not pausing. From now on, I'm not pausing. I'll mute. And if I ignore large sections of this debate, I don't give a fuck. Okay? If you think I missed something I really need to go back and listen to, I will. All right? But when I want to make a point, I'm just muting. I'm not pausing this shit.
The UN.
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian
Sure.
advocates
Well,
that you feel
I
like
don't know
you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that.
What was the thing that I did that Ethan Klein that made Ethan Klein want me to be deplatformed to Ethan Klein? What did I'm sorry, I paused. I meant to mute. What did I do to Ethan Klein that made Ethan Klein hate me?
And for that is simply
No,
that.
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have talked
Hasan, I'm
about,
answering your
every
question.
time you talked about Israel-Palestine,
The answer is be pro-Palestine.
is revolved around
I was going to tell you
personal-
why. Do you want to
personal
let me answer?
vendettas that you have experienced from
I
pro-Palestinian
was going to
content
explain
creators.
that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so
Yeah.
I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this.
Mm-hmm.
This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a.
Ethan Klein is claiming that the bleach sword is a Nazi swastika. Do I even need to? Can we skip over this entire section? Like, I don't know what else to say. It's not a Nazi swastika. He's lying.
Ethan,
Answer the
I was
question.
not-
Is it
No,
reasonable to
I
perceive
don't
that?
think it was a deliberate decision that.
Okay, well-
was made.
well-
I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
You have
that I
10
had
swords,
the
don't you?
week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
think I'm dog
Let me make a
whistling
point
with
here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is
minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video
Wait, okay,
accusing
wait,
a Jewish.
hold on.
Let me
No,
finish
I'm
my
gonna let you
point,
finish that. I'm
Hasan.
gonna let you
No,
ask that
no.
question.
Stop.
Can I just say?
You are
can I-
making a
can I
video
ask you
accusing a
again?
Jewish
You
man
think-
of
you think I
exaggerating
w- you think I used
anti-Semitism
a-
while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem,
Wait,
or at
Ethan,
least
I
am I
couldn't hear
insane
anything
for
you
thinking
said.
this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
I don't need
breath.
you to
I didn't
consult
even
me.
hear your question.
So the reason why Ethan hates Hasan is 2 months after the content nuke, somebody used the bleach sword in his house. This is the number one thing Ethan Klein wanted to like this. This shows you how it's not based on anything. He's a completely disingenuous loser. God, this is such a fucking embarrassment.
speculation is.
We're already 15 minutes in. Let's go.
most just a
Because
cosmic
I
chance.
previously
Okay.
had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo
I'm
up?
not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I
Am
know, it's in
even
your
the-
room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan?
By the way, chat, never, ever, 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 never, ever give in to a Zionist on anything ever. He knows this is not the swastika sword. He knows this isn't a dog whistle. He knows all this thing, but he just wants you to take down the video. And this is what Zionists do. They want to create a cloud of, if you criticize Israel, that every little thing you're going to do is going to be micro-examined, and then you're going to have to sit here apologizing for doing nothing wrong. Never, ever give in on anything to a Zionist. If somebody is a Zionist and supports Israel, they are a Nazi equivalent. These are the 21st century equivalent of a Nazi supremacist.
50 times.
Why did I do a Zig Heil? Why did I do a Zig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you were
Because
downplaying.
because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
You were downplaying the Elon Musk Zig Heil. I think you also said that he wasn't racist. Did he also say that Elon wasn't racist? Somebody go in there. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but I thought he was like saying that Elon wasn't racist and it wasn't a real Nazi salute. Somebody please go back and examine that. Mods, can you do that for me?
It literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe
Do
you.
you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's
the
not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu
What you
symbol
draw on
and the
PewDiePie,
Nazi
on the other hand, was a
swastika.
swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted
cool.
a swastika,
No,
a tasteless joke
I'm
on,
just making sure.
on,
Okay, so
on
you can-
IDubbbz shirt 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't
I
even
jokingly
concede that
referred
looks
to it
bad.
as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I
so let me-
genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika.
Okay, my number one thing is you used a swastika sword, but I know it's not a swastika. And scene.
I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
No.
interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic
do you think
fluke.
that
You
only-
brandished
do you
what
think
I.
that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke?
Why
There was
is the symbol on the sword?
Accusing you of being IDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because
No,
you're
because
not
I already
IDubbbz.
made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on.
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the
Yes.
next question.
Yes, I don't have
you
a
think
problem
if
telling
you could go back-
you're being crazy right
if-
now. You being
if-
Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really
I
shows where
genuinely-
you're at
I
on this.
don't
Go ahead and ask
care.
me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians. That's
as
the
you
boundary.
as you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
Killing
and time and time
civilians.
again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I
good. So
totally
then we
agree
don't
with you on
disagree.
that. Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this top risk tier
hold on.
tier
I have a-
list.
let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You
Okay.
could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine. Take your
my
time to
audio
get the
keeps
audio
going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay. I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm
No,
just trying.
I'm just
All I
asking
was trying to
questions,
do.
what's happening right now
Bro, do you
with-
want me to
with-
answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you
Mm-hmm.
is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm, I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he.
That's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
My goat.
one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
By the way, Finkelstein is not saying the slogan is bad. He's saying that people are bad faith, complaining that it is, dangerous for Jews, and so you should add an addendum to the chant to make it clear that you mean a one-state, free, blah blah blah. This is a criticism of optics. This is a criticism of a call for clarification, a call to help, fend off bad faith attacks.
My turn. You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great. Right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hasan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
A genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide is a more urgent issue.
Hasan, please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding
good.
this issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So
Wait,
you claimed
can you
on.
answer that question? Does
No,
that make
Hasan,
sense?
you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make
I
sense?
said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're gonna let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And
pleasure.
yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very
identical
good.
to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
band that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan? I'm gonna walk
Whoa,
you
answer
through
the
this again.
question. What, you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh,
Frogan.
but you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I
don't.
do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive
Probably because he's
fucking-
Jewish?
What? Because it's
Because it's the
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish
Do you
creators on
think
YouTube?
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty
No,
bad.
because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
kinda dumb right
So
now.
why
you
is
look
Ben
kind of
there?
insane. That's
Okay,
why
very
I'm
good. Why
having
is
a hard
Ben there?
time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
First of all, there's no way that Ben Shapiro is the most prominent Jewish creator on YouTube. Like, that's fucking insane. Number one. Number two, she's a progressive, Ethan. He's a progressive who says Arabs like filth. Here, I'll show you. Not very complicated. Israelis like to build. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. Hashtag settlements rock. Oh my God, the armpit.
Excess.
How many times has he jacked off to the armpit?
I got a free Rolex
Cool,
hat
dude.
from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway,
Wait,
Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
How often does he jack off to the armpit
Yeah, I
picture,
know,
do
it's
you think?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So this
in
is a
the
cosmic
tier
mistake.
on
Let's
the,
move
on
on.
the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
no, I don't. I really don't.
That's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents
course.
that even
The
come
Jewish
across as
man is
remotely
crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well, you want my
These are
answer,
just
you want my
cosmic
perspective, I'm telling you.
mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
Yes,
open
I know. We
out
can't
and
talk
about
about anything else. That's
anti-Semitism,
very convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing
want
a
to
shirt that
make
says
them-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to me-
walking around
it seems to me like
swastikas
you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I
It
mean, that's as
seems to
close as you
me
can pretty
like
much fucking
you-
get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting
to
really
be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yes,
anti-Semitism
I'm
and won't
doing
even
that.
concede that this looks bad.
No,
Okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish
So-
that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're
I
trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
But
really
once
not a
again,
stretch,
none
man.
of those people are me. So I don't know why
Let's
we
stop with the
devolved
value judgment thing.
conversation
Like you can't
away
make a
from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubs to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process was.
Why would
But
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You
Um,
think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I be
being
honest? You
anti-Semitic?
want me to tell you why? I
I
don't
would
think you're gonna
love
like the
to hear.
answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that
Yeah.
it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And
This
that if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and about
analysis.
anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the
Yes.
argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But
Mm-hmm.
because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like,
The
oh, I can't
Manji
believe
on
Theo
that
Vaughn
sword is
didn't
from
actually
Buddhist
ask him about
culture.
his, like,
Yeah,
dangerous
of course he
anti-Semitism or
doesn't
any
care.
number of
Well, he
different
does
things
know that.
in
He
the
admitted it.
conversation,
He admitted it, Chatter.
including
He admitted
I
it.
think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull
I'm
that
sure you
clip
didn't
up,
see that.
Hasan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
Wow,
so
bow,
do you
bang.
think- Do you think
Hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
no, no,
boy.
Ethan, as your former
he was-
podcast
he was on a
co-host,
vibe.
as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let
Can
me
you- okay,
finish.
then let's
Let
move
me
on from
finish. You
Frogan,
asked me 2
and let's
questions.
address
No.
what you think
You
I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, "Do you think I'm anti-Semitic?" After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens
so
is
you think I'm
outright.
anti-Semitic
Hold
now?
on there, Hasan. This is an important
You think I'm
question.
anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm
I
going to
wasn't.
answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Um,
Or yesterday.
Your
I
form of
think, or 2 days ago?
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the
What?
oppressor, always.
Can you
Everything.
point to-
And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan,
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not worry
a
about
sign
that.
of
Let's-
mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience.
You're directly
afterwards.
refuting the
Let's
point I
continue.
just made. Okay.
All right. Well, look.
By the way, chat. Okay, let me pause it here for a second, and or just mute it for a second to say this is exactly what I'm talking about. And Ethan Klein is right. Ethan Klein is right. Nobody said that. Absolutely nobody said that. Holy shit. No, but this is a really important point. This is a really, he respects Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes just like Destiny does. But Ethan Klein is ridiculous. We're not anti-Semitic. We're anti-Zionist. And what Ethan Klein understands is that most Americans are not going to vibe with racism. That's why he's scrambling to say he's pro-Palestinian. Because if he said what he really believes, that the Palestinians are a violent Arab Muslim population that are trying to kill all Jews, well, then people wouldn't fuck with him. He would be seen as a giant anti-Arab racist, and the only people that would like him would be right-wingers. So he wants to be able to consider himself a progressive guy who's friendly with MAGA. Like, that's his whole brand, right? He wants to be associated with being a progressive guy, but he also wants to be able to go and collaborate with every MAGA scumbag. That because he only cares about making his show as as much money as he can. And so when he talks about us being anti-Semitic, what he really means is you guys are a bigger threat to Israel. And he's right. He's right about that. We're a bigger threat to Israel. We are a bigger threat to Israel because we tell the truth about what's happening. We speak out against what the Israeli state is, which is an apartheid state. And I think one of the big missed challenges or missed arguments that people don't make on this issue that they really should make more, which is when South African apartheid ended, was that the destruction of South Africa? When the South African apartheid ended, was that the destruction of South Africa? And the answer is yes. The South African state, the white supremacist apartheid state of South Africa, was destroyed. And in its place grew a pluralistic, liberal state of South Africa. Same name, different country. And that's exactly what we advocate in Palestine. In fact, they literally changed the flag. The South African flag changed. The South African apartheid flag from 1924 to 1944. Excuse me, 1928 to 1994. They changed the flag. The old South African state was destroyed. They changed the flag. Does anybody yearn, who's not an outright white supremacist racist, for the return of the old South Africa? South Africa was destroyed. What happened to South Africans? Well, guess what happened? Nothing. The black South Africans didn't run around genociding the white South Africans. It didn't happen. They got to keep their property for the most part. They were accepted as, they got to keep voting. They were accepted, except black South Africans were also given their rights. That's exactly what we want to see in Israel. Now, Ethan Klein would say, that means I want the destruction of the state of Israel. My question for Ethan is, do you think that this was the destruction of South Africa? If not, then what I want happening in Israel is not the destruction of Israel. It is the rebirth of a new Palestine, which is the name of the territory. I don't want Jews to be forced to move or anything. I don't want Jews to be forced to leave, but I think a lot of them might voluntarily leave if they can't live in a Jewish supremacist state, and they would probably return to their homelands of origin. But I want peace and unity and freedom and equality for everyone. But so this is the laughably stupid argument about should the Israel have the right to exist? No apartheid state has the right to exist. No state has the right to exist.
You exactly why.
Would settlers not have to be forcibly removed? I mean, people that are illegally occupying territory, yes, they would be evicted, but that wouldn't be removing them. That would be evicting them from land they don't own. Right? Like, that would be evicting people for trespassing. You know, that's a civil criminal matter. That's not a ethnic matter. Right? You're not removing Jews, you're removing trespassers. You're removing squatters. That's not the same thing as ethnically cleansing someone based on their religion or their race, right? So, no, I don't think that Jews should be removed. I think illegal settlements should be removed.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's
Oh.
crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video
Okay, well,
again? I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer
Yeah.
and my
I'll
camera
play it
op,
again.
Marge. My producer and my camera op, Marge, was
I'm so
there.
sorry, bro. I love you, bro. I'm so
And he's
sorry.
in the
I love
chat
you,
right
bro.
now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the
Ethan.
coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look.
Listen, he
So
might.
this is Ethan Klein just operating like Destiny, which is he's just spreading smears. He's like, haha, I can spread this smear. I know it's not true. I know that's not a Nazi swastika. I know this wasn't a Sneeko fan. I just wanted to smear you in front of people who didn't know who you are to damage your reputation with lies. So that people who are half hearing this conversation, who don't know who Hasan is, who don't want to spend the time to investigate the claims, can see this claim and go, oh my God, Hasan fans are crazy, anti-Semites, or Hasan is using a swastika sword. But Ethan knows and admits it's all bullshit. This is the entire point. Ethan Klein is a liar. He's a smearer. And the reason why he's smearing Hasan is because Ethan Klein is a Zionist who supports ethnic cleansing.
Show you an example
do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think-
a
no,
random,
you're
a
being
random
dishonest.
Sneeko fan comes up to me,
A
wants
random
the clout
Hasan
chase,
fan comes up to
and
you.
wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel
That's not
like
what
that's
I implied.
appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
That
you
is an
didn't-
outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a
bad
fan
faith
of mine
lie.
was
Yes, I
actually
did.
harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap of sun from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way,
Did
I
he
mean,
not
you
harass you?
are a liar. You know that,
Did he
right?
not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking
Did
about?
he not
Did you
harass
send
you?
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And then you imply in your video
Okay, who
that he was a
cares,
fan of
bro?
mine,
Go
leading
ahead,
the
when you're done,
audience
go,
to
go,
believe.
I'll
Leading
wait.
the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan. If you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the
you
way,
can
this was
probably play it.
a
It's
while ago. He
timestamped.
turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
Bro, who
meets me.
cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought.
Who cares? Wait, you're debunking my lies? Who cares? This is, I mean, anyone who, okay, is there anybody who thinks this is honest?
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
you
okay?
think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's
Oh.
crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video
Okay,
again?
well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer
Yeah.
and my
I'll
camera
play it
op,
again.
Marge. My producer and my camera op, Marge, was
I'm so sorry,
there.
bro. I love you, bro. I'm so
And he's
sorry.
in the
I love
chat
you,
right
bro.
now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the
Ethan.
coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look.
Listen, he
So
might.
this is Ethan Klein just operating like Destiny, which is, he's just spreading smears. He's like, haha, I can spread this smear. I know it's not true. I know that's not a Nazi swastika. I know this wasn't a Sneeko fan. I just wanted to smear you in front of people who didn't know who you are to damage your reputation with lies. so that people who are half hearing this conversation, who don't know who Hasan is, who don't want to spend the time to investigate the claims, can see this claim and go, oh my God, Hasan fans are crazy, anti-Semites, or Hasan is using a swastika sword. But Ethan knows and admits it's all bullshit. This is the entire point. Ethan Klein is a liar. He's a smearer. And the reason why he's smearing Hasan is because Ethan Klein is a Zionist who supports ethnic cleansing.
Show you an example
do you see my side of this, though? Because like
you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
random
the clout
Hasan
chase,
fan comes up to you.
Wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
that
you
is an outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a fan of mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that,
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you, and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine, leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
Who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought up.
Who cares? Wait, you're debunking my lies? Who cares? This is, anyone who, okay, is there anybody who thinks this is honest?
Where this is going? This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out, we can take the journey together. So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first introduction of his character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or potman. Is that it? Hey.
I can be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Live stream.
Oh, live stream.
Yeah.
He has no idea who they are, Ethan Klein. What happened is he found out they had a lot of viewers on their stream, and he wanted to get his red pill. He wanted to get it, free advertising. So he basically just forced himself onto the stream.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
Fine,
fan.
bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Because
okay, very good.
Because you have made an inference that is
oh my
erroneous.
God, dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago. You choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Is he gonna let us, by the way, notice how he just continually interrupts us.
Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah.
This is the clip that I kept spamming Hasan, and I was like, he literally. This is what he said.
You're mad for Rogan got banned? Fucking I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Fuck her. And
Okay, well,
Directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I don't
is
think
a
you
default-
directly work
that
with
is a-
them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and you're
for Mr. Precise Words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you
When
want?
somebody says, I did that shit, I take credit for it, and it's when the ADL got involved, then you were somebody taking that and going, it seems like you were partnering with or working with the ADL to get these people banned. That's fine. That's totally fine. Ethan Klein is a fucking liar.
Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan.
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with
If
the
the
neo-Nazis?
Nazis did an attack and Hasan said I take credit for it, then people would be rightfully, it would be fair to say he's working with the Nazis. Like, it's not very complicated.
For you, have I taken credit for a
Jesus, man.
neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
Swastika
actually
sword, baby.
engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome, I'm glad that it happened, I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be
I was on the
valid
tier
in
list, bro.
saying that comparison.
It was literally
especially
targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
Why wouldn't I
considering,
respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me.
listen
Are
to
you
my
fucking
words, please.
dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm
Okay?
trying, but it's just
Listen to
fucking
my words.
lies and filth.
You know who was also in the really shitty tier? Sneeko. They literally attacked an anti-Semite in there. They attacked somebody who is a piece of shit. They literally put Sneeko in the bottom of it as well. They put me in the bottom. They put Denims in the bottom. You weren't attacked, you fucking dumb fuck. I don't even think Ethan ever watched it.
I
ADL.
can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable
What do
person
you
would
think the
infer
average
when
person
you
would
take
conclude
credit for
from
the
saying
bans?
I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so
demanding
obvious what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned, I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from
I was
that?
on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like I'm fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been now 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're
and
not
also,
credible.
Because
We
they're
are
not real. And you admitted it's not a Nazi swastika sword. like, what is it? Like, again, this is what I was talking about.
anti-Semites so he can feel
I'm
comfortable
so
in the,
glad this is on
in
record.
the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So
Yeah,
you think
I'm
that?
glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working
I think a
directly with
reasonable
them?
person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever
didn't even
mentioned the
make that
ADL?
inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for.
Did I
the
ever
ban.
mention the ADL, Hasan? Answer the
It doesn't
question.
matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I
But
fucking did
didn't
that
even
shit.
know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, it was even. Did
Yeah,
I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, I did that
Okay.
shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
Well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think the average person would
Oh,
think
you
in
sound
this
so
situation
silly, bro.
when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
I was being silly. I don't
stupid,
care.
not
Listen,
anti-Semitic thing at
listen.
all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do
Oh,
I
you're
know?
being
Do I know who?
silly.
I was being silly.
Well, all right, I guess we can move on then.
Well,
Now
do
you're
I
being
think I
silly.
got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know,
Yeah,
I
you
think
got,
the
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you
There's a
cried
reason
about
they
it,
call
and
them
then the
token,
ADL
my
actually
friend.
reacted
You
because they
spend
saw it
time
as a
being a
great
token, you're gonna
opportunity.
get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to
Silly.
cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we?
Yeah, man. You know who you could tell? You know, Ethan Klein says that Orthodox Jews are smelly and stinky and does the most anti-Semitic shit. He draws swastikas on white nationalist creator PewDiePie, but he's the one who can tell who the tokens are. He's the one who's going to go around telling, you know, the guy who insults openly Jewish people the guy who is, I mean, he's an anti-Semite, an actual anti-Semite.
Cap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan,
oh,
I
we're
didn't
now
do
onto
that.
the so
Ethan.
So by the way, if we're keeping track, Ethan Klein admitted it's not a swastika sword. Ethan Klein admitted that he took credit for the bans. He called a Jewish creator a token. So, and now we're about to see him admit. So these are the topics that Ethan brought up. He's been roundly defeated and admitted defeat. Okay, just so we're clear, he completely admitted defeat on every single point so far.
You mean that we had the same goal? Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
Yes, he said Hasan is worse than Candace Owens and
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that
Nick
I'm criticizing you
Fuentes,
on,
by the
where
way.
you are looking at a situation that
Who
you
he
recognize is
respects.
a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
It's not my only
revolves
concern. I
around-
care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's
And-
easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the
no
accused
one-
how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious
Do you
court
think
case?
that
No, I don't.
Sabra
Well,
Hummus's
fucking
shit
there it
tier-
is. Let's
you
let him
think
free.
The Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then
You're being
why are
obtuse
you
again.
bringing up stupid fucking
Because
parallels?
you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I
you have in the
partnered with the
past-
ADL.
You have
Remember
in
what
the
you
past
said.
talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked
What
about
do you
how
mean bona
you
fides?
gave my fundraiser. What?
It's
sorry, what do you-
English. It means you're evident. It would mean your credentials, the proof, the legitimacy of your position. Try learning English, you fucking illiterate.
Puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian
Yeah.
charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to
I'll
spend
answer.
the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content
People
creators?
harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian
What's the count on
organizations.
Ethan's
So
allegations
I'm just saying,
and concessions? Every single one.
let me
Virulent
finish.
anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's
those.
not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is.
So, by the way, chat, Ethan Klein claims to be pro-Palestine. Evidence, he gave $6,500, which is less than me. I gave $10,000. He gave $6,500. I've actually given more, but I don't even, I'd have to go back and keep track. I gave, a couple thousand to Doctors Without Borders, which I guess is not Palestine as well. But, my point is I've given way more than Ethan Klein, and he's been famous and makes more money than me for much longer than me. So what the fuck is he talking about? Then when people raised millions, he insulted it. So he wants to use his piddly $6,500 dono, which I think at the time was the reason why it was $6,500 was because that's what would put him at the top of some list of top donors. Like somebody had gifted 5,000 and then later had gifted another 1,000. And then, so they had like 6,000 something. So he could be at the top of the list of donors. He gave exactly the minimum required to get to the top of the list of the donors when he donated. Right. So what does that say about his intentions? Right. Because he's a multimillionaire. So what a pathetic fucking loser, dude.
On as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your
Yeah,
coverage
the
has
largest was
entirely focused
6,200.
on
Yeah,
your
exactly.
own personal feelings and a lot
entire.
of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
literally think that people
we get a whistle
criticizing you
soundbite
or
every
not
time he calls me
liking you
paranoid or
is
hallucinating?
anti-Semitism. That's not
You
the
got a
case.
whistle?
I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I know.
didn't,
I definitely
develop
don't like you.
anti-Semitism After doing a
Let me
podcast with you for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish
I
you
know.
well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that
I don't
all you
even
got?
need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So, do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with, or talk to, or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What?
Oh, okay, so then we I guess we conceded that point, right? I guess we conceded that point. Okay, does Ethan Klein work with Destiny's community? Is the assertion? The assertion is that Ethan Klein works with Destiny's community. Let's see if this assertion, Ethan Klein works on Destiny's community. I'm sorry for pausing, but this is an important pause.
What,
no,
the guy that I talked about fucking obsessively 100 times a day, that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not
You're
only is
very
there
welcome.
video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also
And they were the
used
exact
clips
clips
that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about
Who gives
my
a fuck?
virulent anti-Semitism from
gives a
a
fuck? I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So
But
that's your
also-
proof that I
but
work
none
with
of that is
Destiny.
relevant. What's relevant
Okay.
is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that
feature him in my
ridiculous of a fucking
content?
assertion to make, especially when
what it
considering
was.
the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment
How the
operations
fuck
that
would
they
I know?
engage in.
So
yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never
No, I
spoken
think you're
to,
doing
worked
enough
with,
to discredit
talked about
yourself all on
Destiny in
your
my
own. I don't need to
life.
bring that up.
It's a really nice way
He
of
has
you.
talked about Destiny a million times. What are you talking about?
I think you are. You pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and
No,
and,
that's not-
there was
that's
a
not the
guy
only
in your
reason. Did I bring
Discord
that
that's
up?
also in his Discord. I think you're
didn't say any of those
hallucinating.
things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say that.
Hassan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said
that
he
you
discovered the
correspond
IP ban.
with.
Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
No,
I think
they
someone-
never banned. They never banned Israeli IPs. This is actually. I have to pause here again because it's a very important point, and it's actually actionable defamation against Twitch by Ethan Klein, and Twitch should sue, and Dan Clancy should sue Ethan Klein. Like they should. Ethan Klein is losing another defamation case. They should sue him again, like another defamation suit. Like right now. I think they're wrong for not doing it. I think the reason why they're doing it is that they're not doing it is because they believe in, like, you know, not Mandela effect, the Streisand effect. They believe, you know, Twitch believes that if they sue Ethan, they'll give him more like attention and boost, but they should sue him immediately for defamation. They never IP banned Israel. All they did was stop email signups. And if you look at the signups data that has been released, the number of signups from Israel did not decline. People just stopped using email signups and they used their phone. You had to have a phone number. That's it. They didn't want to have, they were worried that people would use throwaway accounts to live stream battle content or gore. So they wanted to make sure that the person at least had to have a phone number in order to stream because it's a battle zone. That's it. That is it. And they didn't see any drop of users from Israel, and they didn't see any drop of signups. People just used their phone to sign up. All that happened is it blocked malicious email account signups. That's it. So it's not true they IP banned Israel. That's just a fucking lie.
Ethan, are you claiming
Ethan?
that you don't have
Is this what you
direct
do whenever you're trying to
correspondence
avoid?
with Dan
Ethan, Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Saltman? Ethan,
Hassan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his.
So he just admitted again. The accusation was it's ridiculous to say that I correspond with Destiny's community, and then he just admitted that he corresponds with Dan Saltzman, Destiny's co-host and the most prominent member of Destiny's community that's remaining after everyone left because he's a sex criminal. So Ethan Klein admitted. Again, fourth major point he's conceded? Somebody please go through and document every point that he's conceded.
Community to brigade, and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he.
I don't care that I'm corresponding with a blackmailer and a harasser. I don't care. This is Ethan Klein in a nutshell. I'm going to look for your microaggressions while I work with and partner with a genocidal stalker. By the way, pro-Palestine, but he has no problem with Dan Saltzman, who's pro-genocide. He works with Dan Saltzman, who's openly pro-genocide, but he's pro-Palestine.
That I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my point without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
He's friends with Dan Saltzman.
It's
just the same thing.
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And
Yeah,
also.
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan. Listen,
How long do you think?
This is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much.
What have we disagreed on?
The December of
What have we disagreed
2024.
on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem
you
significant?
think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can
a
critique.
little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip
Absolutely not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that.
Her name is
clip
Hila,
that
by the way,
14
Hasan.
seconds
I
long
don't
out
know
of
why you
context.
referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
So why
fine.
don't you say that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like,
I
oh.
wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With
why
great
is
pleasure,
it
I will
that-
respond.
Why is it that you
Because,
initially
Hasan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
Very good.
no,
He said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October
In the
7th.
totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you
I'll
think
be
that's
honest
the
with
most
you. I
accurate
was
way
going
to
to be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity, and you're
Ethan,
still.
He can't. You can't. Ethan Klein is literally tweaking out of his mind. Like, look, he's obviously unwell. I mean, what else do you want us to say? It's uncomfortable, but it's just true.
Ethan, come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby
You are a
gloves.
prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other people.
That's a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway.
While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well, okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
Grab another soda, but I'm hearing you.
There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, cherry act.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that a...
There is one instance.
Did you put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance.
Defamatory, of course. Defamatory, of course.
Systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7. Not a single bit of that has been verified, and people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply
mega
attending
gifto dump
a
if
music
you didn't
festival.
notice. Oh,
women were horribly raped.
I can't.
Holy shit! Thank you guys. It is my birthday today. I don't know if you knew that I put it at the top, but I didn't really talk about it. It is my birthday, which is part of the reason why I'm doing this stream. I'm also doing this stream because I want to stop talking about Ethan Klein. I don't know about you guys, but I fucking am bored of Ethan Klein. I mean, I'm going to make fun of him forever, like, offhandedly, but I would like to get back to talking more about politics and other shit. But this is kind of like mandatory. But and it's useful to talk about like the issues surrounding Palestine and things like that, and I'm going to continue to milk Ethan Klein for as long as I can, for viewers and followers. But like, I'm bored of Ethan Klein, but it's also my birthday, so I was like, all right, why don't I just watch this shit, do a birthday stream. It's not my normal day, so I feel no stress about my viewership or performance, because nobody knows I stream on Saturday, right? So that was kind of my attitude. So if you want to support me, if you want to throw me some birthday gifts, that would be cool. I really do appreciate it. Early May birthdays are like peak. Like, as a kid, this is like the ideal time to have a birthday, because it's like the end of the school year, it's far enough away from Christmas that your parents feel bad, so they give you like they actually give you good birthday presents. Like, it's when I feel bad for the kids who have birthdays near Christmas. If you're within like 2 or 3 months of Christmas, that must have been shit, because your parents are double dipping, right? And even if they're not, like, they probably only have so much extra, spare money lying around to buy gifts with. So you were getting fucked over, right? So the May 3rd birthday is the ideal birthday as far as, being a kid and getting his maximum amount of presents. My brother's birthday is December 24th. Oh my God, they got fucked over so badly. Oh no. And also, like, your friends won't come to the birthday party because it's like Christmas Eve. So you can't have good birthday parties. Your parents, like, friends aren't going to be able to give you good gifts. Like, man, you got hyper fucked. Oof. May 3rd, great birthday, chat. Anyway, so since all of you have had enough time to save, go ahead and throw us some money. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 subs. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to Twitch. You get 1 free sub a month.
Preliminary report and the findings. Okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place.
Thank you, everybody, for the big sub gifts, by the way.
And specifically the organization
Broman.
That
I'm just gonna thank it while this keeps playing, because I really don't give that much. Dragon Army, thank you very much. Red Edge Planet. Gandalf el Antifascista. Roms. K Cowpie. Thank you so much for all the gifties and all the support. You guys are the best. Doza, Control Salt Escape, Anadol, Obanya, Clear Games, MC Creeper, Care-erist, Abominable Broman. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, you guys are the best.
Of course. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So no, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
evidence. That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not enough to prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after the October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
The PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than 2 accounts.
Can you?
What, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women.
I don't think there is an actual single Israeli who has come forward who said they were raped on October 7th. But even if there was a rape, that doesn't prove systemic rape by Hamas as a weapon of war, which was the accusation, and it's not been established. It's, by the way, I don't deny that sexual assaults or rapes could have taken place on October 7th. But the idea that Hamas was using mass rape as a weapon of war is just not true. And it's what they say to justify the use of unlimited disproportionate force on Palestinian civilians. Because they say Hamas is so inhuman, they do mass rapes as a weapon. Therefore, when we do assassination airstrikes into Gaza and kill 100 civilians, it was worth it because Hamas is so dangerous and unhinged that we have to defend ourselves. But when you remove there was no mass rapes, then the argument that you get to do, assassination bombings that kill 100 people with the collateral damage fall away as disproportionate. If Hamas is just a resistance group that primarily attacked Israeli military forces, but also civilians were killed in both the crossfire and in positions of individuals committing war crimes, loss of discipline, loss of command and control, collateral damage, or even individuals committing war crimes or units committing war crimes, that's different than, Hamas intentionally targets women for rape, which is what is called atrocity propaganda. It's to give justification for elevating the level of force that is done to Palestinians. It's not denying rape.
Taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
Well, only
credible
if there's
evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that what you're gonna? Is that what you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or the Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the
you
fuck
told
does
me
that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape rights that took place.
Crime that Israeli that unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a
you find it
January
interesting? There's something
style,
that I.
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing
Do you think I'm defending this?
Went
Why
to,
you?
went
I'm not
to the
defending
prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera, on CCTV
Are you done
footage,
grandstanding? Here's a victim
that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from. I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house,
this isn't on October 7th. This is in captivity. So you're using a abuse that happened in captivity to prove mass rapes happened on October 7th? Again, why is this so hard to just deal with the fact that this evidence doesn't exist?
Sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face.
Monstrous beast-like face.
He planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be.
I mean, this is really disgusting sexual assault. I just want to say that. Like, this is fucking gross and a violation of her rights. But this has nothing to do with the point that was made, which is that there was mass rapes on October 7th. And it's very, very uncomfortable to use a sexual survivor's testimony that has nothing to do with the point you were trying to make.
Sorry, just to put in here. Is
wait,
she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at
Well,
least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7th, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean, kind of?
I knew exactly
Ethan,
what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I
featured...
couldn't do anything.
Wait,
to
pause it for a
prevent
second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
Ethan, I don't disagree
Hassan,
with
don't
this.
silence her. Let her fucking talk.
Wasn't even allowed.
No, because you're acting like this never happened.
You're
That it's exaggerated.
mentioning my
That everybody's lying.
acknowledgement
That
in the video
Israelis
that you
are just
played.
inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything
Ethan,
bad that's ever
you
happened. Listen to her.
Ethan,
Cry,
you
or to be
know.
sad.
Listen to her words.
Ethan,
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act
Listen
nice
to my
the person who had
words.
just
Listen to
sexually
this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in
some
the
respect,
most
Hassan.
horrifying way.
oh, it's so gross the way you're
Not a day
doing
goes
this.
by that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible
It
man
is.
did to me.
You're
You were held in
definitely
such
a
Show
monster,
respect, bro.
brother. That is fucking
no
gross.
person should ever be
Dan,
subject
pull the
to
fucking
such
plug on
brutal
this. Holy shit.
treatment. Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in captivity.
First
in the hands
male
of a
rape
Hamas
survivor of
militant.
Hamas on
I
October
literally said
7th.
in the video,
A man who was
that
stripped
you
naked and
showed
raped by
from your
Hamas on October
context,
7th
Nuke, in
has
the video
revealed for
that
the
you
first time
showed
how he
from
was
your
spat on and
context, Nuke.
humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim only.
Can someone explain what he's reading from? Can I get that? Can I see what he's reading from?
That's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused and photographed, she said. But, like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's
the
no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically. I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically. I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said.
I mean, there's Ethan basically denying it. AB's dad works at CARE. He made a cameo in AB's latest YouTube video. Yeah, I'm inside of his head. Which I should be. He should be ashamed of himself.
Only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's
okay,
hold on.
Listen to me. Listen to my words very
they touch
carefully.
my private parts, they rape
you're
you.
not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are
as
so
a fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged, okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged it
footage,
because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hasan, maybe you would like to call.
AB's only contribution was, yo, the views were crazy. Yeah, I know.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses.
Yeah, he's reading the New York Post.
Oh, yeah.
Anonymous claim.
In the beginning, in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because I never said that there was no sexual assault that took place. As a matter of fact, I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault that took place in captivity.
I wish you had the energy you have
October 7th.
for the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
Trauma of the victims.
If there are victims, you said believe.
All right, you know what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah,
what do you mean? You can't just let's just move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence, you
deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
Of sexual violence in
I
captivity.
showed two. I just showed you two.
Know of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
And I both agree on. You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've acknowledged it.
You deny mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do. I do deny
it. Okay, good. Well, there you go.
There is no evidence. And for the record,
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason why I say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever. Okay?
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. You can yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Killed, dipshit.
Okay, Ethan, do you
they
think
fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
Someone is murdered. There's no way to do forensics evidence to actually.
Bro, you know the fucking answer to that.
Because
you know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing
Ethan,
them.
you
That's
just said
what happened.
dozens of victims came out in that article.
I'm
and I don't know
reading
where
you.
that
What are
article
you
is from.
doing, bro?
You said
I'm
dozens of
showing you
victims
the
came
evidence
out
that you're
in
wrong
article.
right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened.
By the way, this is again, this is actually immaterial. This is actually an immaterial point, and a point that is very fascinating because the evidence on the ground for mass rapes is nil, right? It doesn't mean that there's no evidence that any sexual assaults happened, but that it was used as a weapon by Hamas is not true. And that's what people have been disagreeing with. The idea that Hamas used mass rape as a weapon. Not that rapes occurred, that Hamas used mass rapes as a weapon. And the reason why people disagree with that is because people use the concept of Hamas doing mass rapes to justify the killing of every member of Hamas, which is an insane position to take. That is not a position that you can legitimately take as a weapon. We didn't do that to the Taliban. We didn't do that to Al Qaeda. We didn't do that to ISIS. We didn't do that to Nazi Germany. That has never been a position that is a reasonable position to take, that you're trying to kill every member of a government. You know, whether or not I like Hamas, they've been in power in Gaza. And so if somebody wants to be a paramedic, or somebody wants to work in the, you know, public works or infrastructure or all sorts of government jobs, they probably have to be associated with Hamas. And so going and saying, I'm going to kill every member of Hamas or anybody who's associated with Hamas, they live in a place governed by Hamas. That, like, we didn't do that to Nazi Germany. We didn't say we're going to kill every German associated with the Nazi party, and they did the fucking Holocaust. Not a hypothetical Holocaust, but the actual Holocaust. Most Nazis didn't pay any price at all. They were not punished at all. And many of them became prominent people in post-Nazi Germany, West Germany, especially. We did Operation Paperclip. And Werner von Braun became our key rocket scientist. Like, I don't even understand what the fucking point here is.
And one man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason
Okay,
to
so
believe
then
that
what
they
the
are.
fuck
But
is your
from
point?
everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
This
that
is so
was posted
exhausting,
by
bro.
Lisa
Uh-oh, here comes the Haaretz
Rozovsky.
article.
Wait, why
I
are
just
you
read you
discounting-
firsthand
I'm
testimony
using-
of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan, it's
you're
not that
asking
I'm
for
not
pics or it didn't
it's
happen.
not that I'm not believing the victims.
Where
I'm
you said,
saying
where's
that
their bodies?
since
Pics or
what
did
you
it
have
happen?
mentioned, since the thing that
You're
you
saying pics
mentioned,
or it didn't
okay,
happen,
since
right?
the article that you mentioned came out, since the article that you mentioned came
4
out,
survivors
there have
told
been
authorities
further
they were sexually
prosecutions
assaulted on
this.
October
Why
7th.
have they
Report.
why have they not
First-hand
led
account
to
of such crime.
any real prosecution?
הכי מרגיזות שראיתי תקופה ארוכה זה היה תמונות של העזתים מבלים בחוף הים, ואני מחבר את זה לעוד...
Okay, so this is the network that Ethan Klein is using as a source. Most disturbing
הכי
pictures I've
מרגיזות
seen in a
שראיתי
long
תקופה ארוכה זה היה
time
תמונות
are
של
the pictures of
העזתים
the
מבלים
Gazans
בחוף
enjoying
הים,
on the
ואני מחבר
beach,
את זה
and I
לעוד
linked
תמונות
to
שראינו
other
אתמול,
pictures we saw
שעוד
yesterday,
יותר
which
מרתיחות
are even more
ולא נותנות מעגול
infuriating and
הנשמה,
hard
זה
on the
התמונות של
soul, are
ירדן
the
ביבס.
pictures of Yarden Babas, and there is
ויש
some
איזשהו
kind
קו
of
מחבר
connection between these
בין הדברים
things.
האלה, כי בעוד ירדן
Because
ביבס,
while Yarden
רק
Bibbas,
על
if only for
זה
the fact that he
שמשכו
was
אותו
pulled by his
בזקן, לא
beard,
חטפו עוד, לא
he
הרגו את
wasn't
משפחתו,
kidnapped
לא
yet, or kidnapped
חטפו
yet.
אותם. רק
If
על
only
זה
for the fact
שמשכו
that
לו
they pulled
בזקן
him by the
ועשו לו
beard and
סלפי,
they took a
ועשו לו
selfie
את
and
כל
they did all
הדברים
these
האלה,
things,
מגיע
these
לאנשים האלה
people
שם
there
מוות,
deserve
מוות
death, a
קשה,
hard death, an
מוות בייסורים,
agonizing
ובמקום
death.
זה אנחנו רואים
And
אותם
instead we
מבלים
see them
בים,
enjoying on the beach and having
ובסטלבט שלהם
fun.
ובכיף שלהם. האנשים
These
האלה,
people,
אין שם
there are
חפים
no innocent
מפשע
people there in
ברצועת
the
עזה,
Gaza
אין שם,
Strip,
הם
none.
הצביעו חמאס,
They
הם
voted
רוצים
for
חמאס, הם
Hamas, they
חגגו,
won
הם חילקו
Hamas, they
סוכריות,
celebrated, they handed
חלקם
out
ירקו
candy,
על
some of them
גופות של
spat at the
שני
body,
לוחי,
shot
חלקם
at
עשו
Yenna,
סלפים,
some of them took
חטופים
selfies
שלנו,
with their
אין שם
abductees,
חפים
there are no
מפשע,
innocents
הם
there.
עכשיו
The
מבלים
fact
בים
they are now
שלהם,
enjoying the beach
העובדה
instead
שהם
of
מבלים
starving,
בים,
instead of being
במקום
jerked
לרעוב,
around,
במקום להיות מטורטרים, במקום
instead of
לעבור
being
איסורים
severely
קשים,
tormented,
במקום
instead of hiding
להתחבא
from
מהפגזות, הם
shelling,
מבלים
they are
בחוף הים.
enjoying on the
אוקיי,
beach.
בדיוק
I will tell you two things.
ולכן
זאת
אנחנו,
תפיסתך.
וזאת תפיסתי,
I
אני
know my
מכיר אותה
opinion
שהיא
is
קשה,
tough.
אבל
לא,
כשאדם
לא
When the blood is boiling,
אדם רותח, אנחנו
you
היינו
should have
צריכים
seen
לראות שם
there
הרבה יותר
a lot
נקמה,
more revenge,
הרבה
a lot
יותר
more
נהרות
rivers
של
of
דם של
Gazans'
עזתים,
blood
עד שהם יבואו,
until they come to their leaders
עד שהם יבואו למנהיגים שלהם ויגידו
and tell them
תשחררו,
to release the
תשחררו, כי
hostages
אנחנו לא
because we
מסוגלים
can't take it
לסבול.
anymore.
אז אני...
That's the source you want to use? Wow.
Because they're dead.
No, that's not
fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What?
Why are you saying you
Are you
killed
okay?
them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out?
Maybe,
Go ahead.
maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's
It
okay.
might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason why.
It's a
That's part of the
misunderstanding.
reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally
If you're
fair.
saying,
Are you done, or you want to keep going?
Just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Okay.
Because
Go ahead.
you're-
I mean, I just read
because
4
the question I
firsthand.
have for you, the question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke.
There is a.
That's my bad. By the way,
Okay,
I may have
it's
actually
fine,
said
it's
you.
fine. You misspoke.
I apologize.
I don't care.
didn't mean that.
Let's move
Yeah.
on.
Just
Let's
want
get
to make
back
sure.
to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There
Fixer
have
didn't
been
happen.
no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet,
what?
speaking to Moran Gatz, who I
Gives a
posted
fuck.
about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay?
So Ethan is like, listen, you better not say that there weren't mass rapes. And then Hasan brings up evidence and he says, who gives a fuck? You understand that this is not about the truth of any of the matter. It's just not listening, just blathering. Like, this is ridiculous.
Expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4
and the
victims
speculation
just
is that
gave
the
firsthand
victims
testimony. I
probably
read it to
died,
you.
But there's no forensic examination. There
Pixar
has been
didn't
no
happen.
justice for these victims in Israel
didn't happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined.
Crack open a root beer.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to there is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because
Sorry,
you
you
think,
Flexo.
you
4
think,
firsthand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but what I'm
Let's,
getting
you know
to
what?
is the
Let's, you're
Israeli
right.
prosecutor's
You know what,
office
Hasan? You're
own
right. Let's err on the side of
If there are
these victims
then,
lying.
why
Let's
have
err
they
on the
not?
side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side.
By
of
the way, a lot of these people talking about sexual assault are not, or sexual harassment as victims, as Israelis, primarily talk about being stripped naked and leered at as a form of assault, which is obviously sexual harassment and assault and inappropriate. But Israel is doing that as a method of detaining thousands and thousands of Palestinians are being sexually assaulted and raped to death, including a orthopedic doctor from Gaza. They just kidnapped like a world famous orthopedic surgeon and raped him to death. Like, this is the level of shit. Dying in hell. The fate of Palestinian medics jailed by Israel. One of Gaza's most prominent doctors may have been raped to death. Recent revelations show he's not the only one. This is what Israel is doing to Palestine. This is what we're fighting against. Ethan Klein says he's anti-genocide so he doesn't have to deal with what the Israeli state is doing, but he's targeting all the people that are talking about it, and he doesn't talk about it. He's a Zionist liar.
These people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that.
No,
And
I'm
yeah,
not
they're all
saying
lying.
that they're lying. I'm telling you,
Yes, you
my
are.
confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened, were killed, and it's a religious. It's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable. Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims
buried
deserve
the
justice? What's
body.
wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did
This
Israel
is so stupid.
refuse
Can we please
an
move on?
outside investigative committee to
How do you
actually,
explain these four
under normal
accusers?
circumstances, the
How do you
United
explain these
Nations
four
or a
accusers?
third party
How
will
do you
come
explain
in
these
and conduct
four
an investigation?
accusers? How do you explain the four accusers?
I don't know why.
Okay,
how do you
very
explain
good.
the prosecutor
Well, let's err on
after
the
those
side of
four
them lying.
accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new.
Unbelievable.
It's newer. Okay. I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an
speak
impasse
out.
here.
I cannot.
I mean, listen, Hasan,
I cannot
we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
something that I don't know about when the prosecutor. Do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking about
Because you're a
something
liar.
that
You're a
came out
propagandist, and
after
you
that.
fucking hate Israelis. Can we
What?
move on, please? This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh
No.
my
This is
God,
very
I'm
important.
just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude,
You
this is
have
exhausting.
claimed falsely that I do not
No, I've-
recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took
Okay,
place in
yes,
captivity. That was
yes.
false. Do you admit
Yep,
that?
it was false. Yep, she lied. It was false,
No,
etc.
no. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
So you're.
Can we move on?
Wait. So you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable evidence,
Well, let's take a
verifiable
look
claim
here.
of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very
All right.
good. Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
Oh, so you can't see it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's is just a little delay for him?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest.
What?
You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie.
Man, so this is just an attack on Israel. So Ethan Klein is defending Israel here. Hasan is saying that Israel is committing a genocide, a la like Nazi Germany, which Ethan Klein says he agrees. This is and Hasan and Ethan said he wanted to show everybody how great Israel is, how it's a cosmopolitan, diverse place. So Hasan made a comment about this is an anti-Israel comment. I thought Ethan Klein agreed that there is a genocide going on. So let me get this. I have a question for Ethan Klein. Everybody says that there is a genocide going on in Nazi Germany, and then somebody decides they're going to do a tourism video to show you how great Nazi Germany is. Germany proper. They're not taking you to the death camps in Poland. They're just taking you to Germany proper. Let's go to the beer halls of Munich and show you how great Germany is while they're doing the Holocaust. Do you think people might say, hey, you're a Holocaust supporter? Hey, why are you doing propaganda for Nazi Germany in the middle of the Holocaust? Do you think that might be a reasonable thing to say, you fucking rat?
Depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden that
your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your
while
your
in the backdrop, you can
implication
see there is a
what?
concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your
and, there's a
implication
train
to
that
me is what?
most likely inferred to be sending
Thank you, Seth.
Jews into the
This is a
Thank you
clip
for
you're
all the
responding
birthday
to. Hold
wishes,
on.
everybody.
It's completely
You guys are the
based
best.
on my I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Play the clip, play the clip.
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
What?
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't
You don't
talked to him
know?
about it, but
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be.
I mean, it has double the views and double the likes that your video does. 3.4 million views, 231,000 likes, 77,000 comments. Content Cop, 128,000 comments, 6.7 million views, 360,000 likes. Doubles your view count, has like 80% more comments, 80% more likes. Dislikes aren't real, Runeblade. I don't know if you know this, but here, I want to show you this. Dislike extension, YouTube extension. Let's go to return YouTube dislike. Go to FAQ. How does this work? The extension collects the video idea, then fetches the number of dislikes using our API. The extension then displays the dislike count and ratio of the page. If you like or dislike a video, that is recorded and sent to the database, so it's an accurate accurate dislike count can be extrapolated. A combination of archive data from before the official dislike API shut down and the extrapolated extension user behavior. It's not real. They just multiply. That's not the actual dislikes. Are you there? You go? You done? Oh no, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to show you that that dislike comment is literally made up.
You'd be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking.
An accurate dislike count can be extrapolated. Meanwhile, it's just the most turbo online losers who would use an extension. Who is going like, I want to see the dislikes. I want to see the dislikes. Do you think that's an average YouTube user? Do you think that's an average person?
But I mean, I assume, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled
Yes, of course. How old are you? All right, we're doing an investigation of your entire life. I'm looking for every single account you've ever posted under the name Rune X Blade online. We're deep diving into you. Tell me about yourself. A French streamer. Bro, you have 4 followers. Why are you calling yourself a streamer? You have 4 followers. You don't even have a clip. I wanted to see your streaming.
Your video, so I mean, it's not
anyway,
that
you
bad.
can stay. If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure. I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons.
That's blatantly not true. That's blatantly not true. That's why Hasan had more viewers watching his Twitch stream than were watching your YouTube stream, even though you have millions of subscribers, right? And you've been bigger longer, right? You're like, and here's the thing, like, I don't say this to be mean, but just like, listen, he's got a lot of followers. A lot of people watched Vape Nation. Vape Nation was considered to be like one of the most important early YouTube videos. Now, it's not very good, but it was early. You know, it was part of this kind of emerging internet culture. He got lucky. You know, he was one of the few people making comedy content on YouTube at the time. He got lucky. He got mega boosted off of it. And so it became kind of kind of a sign. I mean, like, listen, he did a major debate and his subscribers didn't go up. Like, you had massive numbers and your subscribers didn't go up. I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, your channel's dying out. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And if we look at future projections of let's go to the H3 Productions. Like, let's look at your future H3 production. Why is there not popping up? What the fuck? H3 Productions. Huh? I thought that was a Did they remove themselves? Isn't it H3 Productions? Isn't that right? Okay, weird. Okay, it wasn't allowing me. Sorry, that was weird. Like, you have a nice negative slope. You're down 50K over the last 30 days. Since you posted the content nuke, you're losing 50,000 subscribers a month. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Negative 50,000. Don't forget, there's a separate one for the H3 podcast. Yeah, we just looked at that one. That one's down 20K. It's a smaller channel. That's down 20K. It's a smaller channel, so it's not, you know, less people are subscribed to it. Okay, let's be fair. Let's be fair. Let's compare Hasan. Let's look at Hasan. Let's look at Hasan. Let's be fair. I don't want to be unfair. Oh. Oh. I mean, his follower count is going up, climbing. His average viewership, it's a little bit skewed because if you have a 121,000 viewer stream, you know, the second day of a month, that's probably going to skew you a little bit higher, right? Let's look at our social blade for well, I'm pausing just to show you guys this because it is, I just want to be fair. I don't want to be unfair, right? You know, Hasan Abi. Let's look at his YouTube. Maybe he's losing subscribers. Oh, he gained 30,000 over the last 30 days. His views are like one of his best viewed ever months. He gained 30,000 subscribers, positive subscribers. He's gaining followers and viewers on Twitch. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Like, your career is you've lost 100,000 subscribers since the content nuke on that channel, and another 40,000 on your podcast channel. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I mean, I guess we could do apples to apples with the VODs of the live stream. Like, your career is petering out. Your career is petering out. I mean, his live stream VOD yesterday, 2 million views. Let's go over to H3 podcast. Let's look at your live. You got 1.1 million. I mean, Hasan mogs you. Hasan mogs you. He's growing. His channels are growing. He doubled your views on the debate. He mogs you. Like, I don't know what else to say. Reddit, by the way, chat, if you're on Reddit, Reddit is infiltrated by Destiny, has this very large stalker community on Reddit, and Reddit itself has kind of declining as a place where people are really using. It's more of like a certain type of older white guy. It's kind of drifting to the right because the demographics aren't lining. Like, young people aren't using Reddit anymore. Young people are like TikTok, Instagram, probably some fucking platform I don't even know about. It's basically Reddit is kind of going the way of Facebook. It's not really the place where people go anymore. And so all in all, just like if you look at the raw reality numbers of their careers, the H3 podcast is declining. Hasan Abi is increasing. And the thing about this is it's not just raw numbers, which are important. It's important. Like, raw numbers are important. I don't want anybody to be confused here that I think that raw numbers are the only thing. They are important. But the other thing is Hasan is taken much more seriously. That's why Hasan has got a massive articles in the New York Times. How Hasan Piker took over Twitch. Hasan Piker, a progressive mind in a MAGA body. Hasan left's Joe Rogan. Hasan Piker will never be the Democrats' Joe Rogan. Okay, I don't know what this is. Oh, an influential. Oh, this is actually interesting. What's unheard? The New York Times ran a fawning profile. What is unheard? Is this a right-wing thing? This must unheard wiki. This is like a right-wing thing, right? Right-wing current affairs website. Okay. And British right-wing current affairs website. Okay, thank you. I mean, I do agree with him on the one point that Hasan is partisan and Joe Rogan is perceived as not partisan, but he is partisan. Not just fun, politics edges deeper into live streams. Another New York Times article of Hasan. So Hasan is taken more seriously by politicians. You know, he had his interview and he's friends with AOC. He had an interview with Bernie Sanders and AOC just recently. By the way, this is all, you know, when I went to the Bernie Sanders and AOC rally, I was treated as a hyper VIP. Hasan and I had a platform for us to stream from. It was like me, Hasan, and like 2 other people. And then the mainstream media had this massively overcrowded platform. And it's very, it was very, very funny. I mean, it's just the reality of it. Like, I'm not trying to like flex and say I'm some important, amazing guy. I'm not. But the reality is Hasan, his career's on the upswing. The content nuke didn't do shit. Ethan Klein is crashing out and he's falling off. And if you don't think that's true, you're in a bubble. Does this mean you could be a Zionist without being a Jew? Most Zionists are not Jewish. Most Zionists are Christian fundamentalists in America. Most Zionists are not Jewish, actually. Jewish Zionists are the minority of Zionists. So this is just the reality, man. I don't know what else to say. Like, if you have any other opinion, you're in a bubble. Happy birthday. I'm so happy we share a birthday. I listen to you daily. Karl Marx was born on 5 May 1818. Cheers for Taurus. Yeah, I'm definitely a Taurus.
Wants to...
Do you want to look at the
go harder, bro. Everyone knows Hasan was destroyed. Bubble. You're in a bubble. You're in the Yasmin Gold bubble. You're in the Destiny bubble. You're in the bubble.
Put you down, Peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend.
Those aren't real. These are not real. I'm glad I didn't miss this. These are not real dislikes. They're not real dislikes. They're not real.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos to be false.
Okay.
The dislike metric is not correct. Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video.
By the way, he should. By the way, you should. You shouldn't let him lie about Ethan's video. Like, this is a bubble point that they're using to cope. It's not real. And in fact, I do think that they should post how many dislikes there actually are, in my opinion. But it's not real. It's the main cope thing they're doing. But everybody knows the dislike extension is not correct.
Theo, dude, come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of...
It didn't humiliate. See, this is actually Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, his entire cope is that the dislikes are real for the extension? The extension makes them up. They're not real. Even Nicholas Eat Oreo says that.
Funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan Klein's. I'm so glad that Ethan Klein made. It's so fucking awesome that Ethan Klein is such a scumbag, like a legitimate scumbag.
Ethan, I'm just not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking
You were in the
clip.
video, guys. How I see Israel. You were in the video.
When you listen to Hasan and you hear all
Yes,
these
you
fucking
ruined a
like,
charity
he's talking
event.
about
I hope you're
super
proud.
racist, like,
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show
and you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video?
Again, I don't know where it is,
dude.
The phrase.
you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never
I think that's
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh.
This is why I hate this. Hasan can't stop the clips to explain his points, but Ethan can. Well, exactly. That's the whole point. Is this is an ambush? This was an ambush from the beginning. Like, duh.
Okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Are you?
Well, it's
you buttoned him. You muted him.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
And Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay,
yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms. Do you feel? Yeah. Okay. So, do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel
like
like
the West Bank has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid.
He's like, I can't believe you used this image from the movie called Zones of Interest. Anyway, Israel has different zones of interest.
You know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison. Well, John,
oh, this is important. Isn't it moronic for somebody with Tourette's to make fun of someone else's mannerisms and way of presenting? So he's throwing big-ass stones through an unreinforced glass door, not even rocks from glass houses. No, you don't understand Ethan Klein and Destiny and the way they operate. I'll explain it to you because I saw every bit of this coming, and I wasn't surprised at all. The answer is Ethan Klein knows he's throwing rocks from glass houses, and if you just return his energy, which is incredibly normal, he'll then strip everything of context. He'll post the clip of you making fun of him and say, I am a Tourette's sufferer, and this person make fun of my tics at Tourette's organizations. Oh, look at them, look at this man making fun of my Tourette's. Please tell Twitch it's not okay. That's exactly what he'll do, right? Like he'll attack you for stuff, and then the moment you return the energy, he'll then clip that out of context. He'll post it up. He'll have Destiny and his community grade boost the posts, and then he'll at every Tourette's advocacy group and organization about how there's bigotry against people with Tourette's and making fun of people with Tourette's is not okay. And then he'll get uninvolved people who don't know the context to rush to his defense because they believe in protecting and normalizing Tourette's syndrome and not allowing people to be bullied for it and attacked for it. And then he'll use those people to then go to Twitch and say, you need to ban this guy. He's making fun of Tourette's. And you'll have a bunch of Tourette's advocates in here hating Hasan, attacking Hasan. That's the plan. Like, do you guys not get this? So the fact that Ethan Klein is throwing rocks from glass houses is exactly the point. And Hasan is smarter than them, so he doesn't fall for it. and he knows that Ethan Klein just looks like an unhinged loser. But if he falls for it, if he responds and says, "Look at you, you're fucking tweaking" or whatever, like if he did the thing that Ethan wanted him to do, then Ethan Klein would do exactly what I said, right? And then Hasan and everybody would be like, "No, he was making fun of him. He was making fun of him." And the best case scenario would be we would be able to like get people to think both of them are assholes, right? But that still damages Hasan's credibility. That still creates a scandal for Hasan that they're going to try to hang around his neck forever. So just taking the insults and not saying anything back is the only move that you can make in this situation, right? And that's why you need a moderator. That's why you need a uninvolved third-party moderator, which is not Dan, okay? You need a moderator who will step in and say, "Ethan, if you insult Hasan one more time, I'm going to mute you for 10 minutes. Like, this is the type of shit that you need to do to create civility. But the thing is, Hasan foolishly gave Ethan the benefit of the doubt. And, it is what it is. So, because he gave him the benefit of the doubt, he's going to have to suffer these slings and arrows, which, big fucking deal, right? He has to take the high road. And in the future, now you know how these fuckers try to play the game. Now you understand how these bad faith actors play the game. Dan is the enemy. Dan gave Dan the benefit of the doubt, which is a huge foolish move.
Who made this video? Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on,
you're saying award.
All I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? Yeah. And also is an apartheid.
I make a distinction
on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't compartmentalize
I lived there for 5 years
from the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So saying
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv?
6 miles from how many miles away it is from exactly
it's
where you live.
It's a lot further
in
than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it. They call it the
point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes. A death camp.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to
Israel is doing a genocide. It's justified to strike Israel to destroy the state, to stop them from doing a genocide. You can't say, I think Israel has a right to exist and Israel has a right to do genocide. If the Israeli state is doing a genocide, then under the Genocide Convention, the Israeli state needs to be destroyed and rebuilt with a new state. So if you agree there's a genocide going on, you can't be mad at people for saying the Israeli state should be stopped. So by conceding there's a genocide, you have to concede to resisting the genocide by destroying the state perpetuating it. You can't say Israelis are not guilty of genocide. If Israel is doing a genocide, they are guilty of doing a genocide, just like the Germans were. And because Nazi Germany was doing a genocide, the Soviet Union and the United States, France, Britain, and the Allies, the United Nations of the Allies, were justified in doing what it took within proportional constraints to destroy that Nazi government and end the genocide. If you think Israel is doing a genocide, then you are advocating for invading Tel Aviv with an army to capture Benjamin Netanyahu. That is the actual logical, and he should ask, okay, if Israel is committing a genocide, do you think that Tel Aviv should be invaded so that the Israeli regime can be changed? Do you think that China would be justified for it to invade Tel Aviv to stop the genocide? Because if you don't, then if you think there's a genocide happening, but you don't agree that the regime that's doing it should be stopped, then are you saying you support it? It doesn't make sense. Genuinely asking, my whole life, Israel and Palestine have been in conflict. Do you think the madness will end at some point? If yes, how? That's sad. Well, the answer is they're not in conflict. What happens is a genocide settler colonial state by the name of Israel is being given hundreds of billions of dollars by the United States and protected in the United Nations so it could do ethnic cleansing and apartheid. Now, how does it end? The United States stops supporting Israel. And then Israel will sign a treaty of peace and final settlement with the Palestinian population, and we will end the apartheid and the conflict. The reason why the conflict is continuing is because the United States of America is supporting Israel. If the United States of America withdrew their support for Israel, the so-called conflict would end, which is really not a conflict, but ethnic cleansing and genocide being done to a population based on their race, not even their religion. Because Palestinian Christians are killed just as much as Palestinian Muslims are killed. It has nothing to do with the religion being Islam versus Judaism. It has to do with the race of Palestinian Arab being targeted for extermination and replacement.
Israel to show how multifaceted
and here's an example of what I'm talking about.
Bonsoir. Donc, je ne suis pas Jonathan Glazer. Je vais essayer de lire le message qu'il a écrit sans trop trembler. Alors, merci à l'Académie, à Backfilm et au Festival de Cannes. Notre film a eu sa première en France et c'est un honneur d'être reconnu ici. Merci à A24 Film 4 et Access et à notre productrice polonaise Ewa Puszynska. Le fait que tant de personnes soient venues voir notre film est extraordinaire. Le fait qu'il soit autant d'actualité est alarmant. Pour faire écho à ce que nous disions il y a un an, nous voulions que le film nous pose à tous, encore aujourd'hui, des questions sur la déshumanisation. Aujourd'hui, la Shoah et la sécurité juive sont utilisées pour justifier les massacres et les nettoyages ethniques à Gaza. Après les massacres, du 7 octobre et la prise d'otages en Israël. Il s'agit dans un cas comme dans l'autre d'actes de terreur contre des innocents, rendus possibles par la déshumanisation des personnes qui se trouvent de l'autre côté de nos murs. C'est la zone d'intérêt.
Jonathan Glazer literally is saying what's going on is the same as what went on in Nazi Germany.
Wonderful Israel is. It would be exactly like someone saying, you understand, I'm German.
I don't live in Auschwitz, Hasan. I live in Berlin. It can make a distinction. A robust and modern metropolitan city. Yeah, exactly.
I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz. And I'm going to show you how wonderful Auschwitz looks like. Because it's German territory.
Okay, thank you. I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper-specific, narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel.
I don't know what you're going on about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Wait, I gotta go grab more stuff. Happy birthday.
Wow, look at this cake. It's a Looks like it's a Black Forest cake, which is a good cake, chat. What did you buy? What the hell did you buy? Chat, she bought me a soft serve ice cream machine. I guess we'll make yogurt. I guess we'll make yogurt with that. Feeder accusations have not been missed. Weight loss journey rip. Exactly. Fat Maxi. This is what happens when you have a feeder in your life, chat. Self-sabotage. Is 100% of the things you're giving me food related? She just got me like some sort of charcuterie board. What is, like, this is for a party or something. Like, there's no way I could even put a dent in that. The fat loss arc is all. And by the way, chat, I can just resist all temptation. It's actually not that hard. I could have a operating soft serve ice cream machine right next to me, and I could just be like, nope. I could quit anytime I wanted. This woman wants you to be 500 pounds, run while you can. I know, right? It's very true. Anyway, thanks, VO. Looks good.
Live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist. Because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong. And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific
do you want me to respond?
And starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil. Let me respond. Let me respond.
What's the gish gallop? I think he just used a term that he was programmed with. He doesn't even know what it means. Gish galloping is when you say wrong things, not when you say accurate things.
I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see.
Chat, I talked about this before, but the doctrine of surrender, I want to reiterate this. This is the 5th point that he has fought with Hasan about, and then when Hasan responded, surrendered. Can someone do a compilation? Where's Tidy v Tidy? Tidy v Tidy, can you do a compilation of every single time he surrendered on every point?
See that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I see. This is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off.
Bro, no one harassed you from these communities. You already admitted earlier that you never claimed that anyone from Snark called CPS. You already admitted it. Wait, so now you're going back on a point you already admitted.
Of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I
privately, we agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They heard your.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am.
I mean, you just.
That I am worthy of the scorn of you,
just
the entire
how
left.
Wrong that was. What you just said. So that's one.
Okay,
that's one example.
Does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't. And there's.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip? What did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's Zionist? You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things. As recently
List
as last
one.
month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me
He's
saying
about to give you the example. Shut up.
Giving you
something
another example.
Zionist.
Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month.
You're not answering
you
my
talked
question.
about
You're just
how-
doing this.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far, use.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
5 minutes later.
Unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people?
That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far, use.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
Ethan, see, the one thing about Ethan Klein is you have to remember he's really stupid. He's a really stupid piece of shit.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever.
Never.
But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think that's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is
Look
that
at the Gaza
pro-Zionist?
Strip. Do you
How is
think
it
a
me
bomb
criticizing
shelter would
Hamas
actually
pro-Zionist? Would you like to
survive?
explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs? What are you
Be a lot
talking
fucking
about?
safer
There's not a
than
standing structure
the
remaining in most
seventh
parts
floor
of
of an
Gaza.
apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
You're
hospital
okay with Hamas
implies that a
spending the
bomb shelter
totality?
would just simply
Can I
be
ask you a
fucking
question?
crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're
I
claiming.
mean, it depends on how. It depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know
can-
exactly what I
You can
said.
have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel. Because the
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation
they don't
from
make
the
bomb
Palestinians
shelters?
is to just simply sit there and
Thank
take
you,
it, so you can
Vio.
fucking act like you felt
You gave
that
me some
10 years down the
charcuterie.
line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it
No, the
maliciously
reason why people
time
believe that
and
is
time
because
again.
of your hyper focus on
Name one.
you, and your distractions.
That makes me a
away,
Zionist?
And your
That makes me a
deliberate
Zionist?
platforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous. You
Being
simply
pro-Palestine
say
doesn't
you
absolve you of
recognize
guilt.
the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
So I'm
Houthis. You
public
call
enemy
them
number one.
terrorists. You call Hezbollah
For
a terror
defending
group, which
myself.
is by the American state's definition absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have successfully
do you not
resisted
consider Hezbollah a
against
terror group?
American imperialism and other forms of
Do you
settler
not
colonial
consider,
violence.
do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
And this is basically it. He's a Zionist because he calls it a genocide, but he's more concerned about Israeli feelings than Palestinian lives. That's it. Like, if you're more concerned about Israeli feelings than Palestinian lives, then you're a fucking Zionist creep. You don't get to say you're pro-Palestine or pro-genocide.
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their
about the-
habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American
Okay,
Constitution.
very good.
So yes,
Hassan,
I
please.
think that
I
this
wanna have a-
definition is
Can you-
intentionally
can I
vague.
give you-
and
can I ask? Can I request something?
Is silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please.
The
we're going to
American
be here.
terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well,
But
here,
you
I'll be more
use its
precise.
definition without ever actually thinking
You're
about
right.
it. What do you
Fuck
mean?
it. Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly.
You're
All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon. I do
Me
not
neither,
have a single
actually.
issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy.
I don't have a problem with for Hezbollah doing the thing that they're most famous for, but they're a terrorist group.
To incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, the very fact that other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide. So what is the expectation?
Hasan, please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay. Now respond.
Thank you. Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that. Yes,
you're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Okay, yeah. You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
They participated.
That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore, what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So
at
what does
all.
it matter the exact count?
You erroneously
claimed
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of
they collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? Yeah. By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending
you
that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that.
Do you think
Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria?
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Basically, Ethan just doesn't care what the truth is, right? You know, he doesn't care what the truth is. It's whatever's beneficial for Israel, he'll be comfortable lying. That's it.
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
The government, bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism.
No. Defending terrorism to care what the truth is. Fundamentally fascism, right there. When you care what the truth is, you are defending terrorism.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is, what Hezbollah did in Syria.
I'm Syrian. I was displaced as a child by the Assad regime, and is so disgusted he uses my people's plight as a talking point when he doesn't know anything. Yeah, he is really gross.
Wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people in Syria.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria was
Israel is bombing Syria now. As he's talking about Hezbollah going, oh my God, Hezbollah did so many evil things in Syria. During this debate, Israel started bombing. Israel started bombing Syria.
Wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
You are taking away the responsibility.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian military.
I'm putting blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say that.
What do you mean?
You said
I'm telling you what my position
You were talking
is
to
right
a
now.
normie. You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, You start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians?
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up.
I do not like that.
You
Well, like, I like what you like.
You
I don't have the
stupidly
issue with
said
them,
that they
let's
killed
just say.
500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they're allied. They participate. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them.
You sure
Ethan.
sounds like it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand. I'm not
How can
minimizing
you lie
what
to
they
people?
did.
Like,
I'm
we
minimizing
just watched the clip.
the arbitrary number that you put
How
there.
can you
because
lie to people? This is a discussion of him lying about Hezbollah killing 500,000 civilians. And the reason why Ethan Klein lied, this is an important point. Ethan Klein lied about Hezbollah killing 500,000 civilians because he thought that the IDF killed less Arabs than Hezbollah. So he was lying about Hezbollah so he could defend the Israeli Defense Force, pro-Palestine, by the way, right? So Ethan Klein was lying about the IDF killing less than Hezbollah. You guys are saying Hezbollah is blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, that's not true. The IDF killed more. It's one of the few times that AB ever spoke up.
You don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong.
Yeah,
I was
you
incorrect
said that
on
numerous times. You actually said you chat
I don't think about numerous
against
times.
AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah. By the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that. For
Okay.
sure.
Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on? Yeah. Because it doesn't work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing people
responding to
who
harassment,
are offering analysis and not justification, but
can
analysis.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
You're upset with people learning.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
you're just
hoping
talking,
to
bro.
explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you
So
don't need to
this is
explain anything to me.
now.
I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when you say?
Do you believe the State Department's
Answer.
designation for terrorism is
Answer the
valid?
question. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
Whoa,
Department's
answer the question.
designation for
You
terrorism
got to
is
answer that
valid?
one. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people
Ethan,
valid?
You
in
rely
considering
heavily on your
Can you
audience
answer?
not really understanding the
Please
terms that
answer
you
my
are
question.
using.
Let it
okay?
be noted
When
you are
say,
dodging.
Oh, Hasan defends terrorists. Okay, there's a
Literally
reason
just
why you
did.
say that. You say that to
literally
disparage me
just did.
without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me face to face to talk
God,
about
bro,
these
you're doing it
issues,
again.
you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being
beginning,
like,
shit
defense
changed.
terrorism? Well, I think you do, but for a different
I
reason.
said their
We'll get to
actions
that
were
in a second.
noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their inception
I
was
said their
a
actions
noble
were
one.
noble.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
But
presenting
people can
a
assume I'm
position-
Zionist. But
What?
it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes. Because
Got it.
No,
The
you don't
logic is
understand what I'm saying.
clear.
I get why people assume that. I get why people assume I'm
I get
a
why
fucking
people assume
pro-terrorist.
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel?
Do you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years. Right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees. All my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting responsible to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
Has done any of these things that you're talking about?
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Oh, okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Ethan,
I've
look
never
to
even
your-
pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true, but
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way.
What?
So many people that have criticized
you're
you
lying.
from your own fan base have left your
Hasan,
community
you
for this
said your
reason.
community
because
has
you can't
nothing to
take
do
a
with
fucking
this.
ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's
This
plenty
is
of
at the
fans.
heart of
Don't
this
worry
problem.
about
If you
that.
want to talk about it from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on
Hasan,
this endless
you are
vendetta
lying.
is because
You
you
said-
can't comprehend the
Jesus
reality
Christ, bro, I
that
just wanna
your
have a
audience,
conversation. I don't wanna, like,
your
just,
own
like,
audience
just
that you've
dish out
cultivated
forever.
has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Hasan,
and if
please,
you
let me just
demonstrated,
talk. This is
if,
your view.
if
You
you
say
demonstrated
your
a
community has
fraction,
nothing to do with the harassment that I've
Ethan,
received.
if you demonstrated,
Somebody, please,
Ethan,
Hasan,
listen
let me
to me.
finish the point.
If you demonstrated
Hey,
a
dude, you
fraction,
gotta let me finish the
I'm gonna
point.
mute
This is
you.
ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking if you keep doing
Okay,
this.
that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me. If you
So I'm not
demonstrated a
muted.
fraction
So hold
of
on,
the
let me
humility,
finish. You gotta let me say something.
if you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
Say something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
Like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said
So
they're
who called
primarily responsible
CPS?
for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like
It's
that is
the
called
fucking
CPS.
tone-
And now you're
no.
claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment
You're
campaign is
inferring
much
it.
more
Yes,
broad than
you're
that.
inferring
Absolutely
it.
not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your
Bro,
community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes. Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a
Thank
picture
for
of you
giving
in
me
the
a shout
avatar.
out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout them out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's
you
odd?
did it.
No, I
Also-
think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in
Yes.
these subreddits? What are you talking about?
But you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the
That's
disgusting
also
shit.
completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't believe
Why
you would. I
did
can't
you
believe would bring
criticize
this up. Here, let me tell you,
XQC
okay?
for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad
You're not
that I was
answering.
criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there's a difference between
And
someone
that's
doing
different
that,
than what
don't
your
you
community
think?
has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my
Please,
community.
bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare
with
me.
my approval? I just told
Yeah,
you.
it's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just
people
what a liar
don't fucking
hypocrite
like
you
you,
are.
big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you,
what do you
huh?
want me to do? What do you want me to
Fucking
do?
everybody
They don't
loves
like you.
Hasan.
You're fucking-
Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Dude, Ethan, people don't
My
like you. I
objective is not
can't
to be
make
liked,
them
Hasan.
like
That might
you.
surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because
you
I'm not
are-
responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about
Here,
harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like leading a
Yeah,
harassment
yeah, yeah. I'm
campaign.
waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
You,
It's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
sorry, hold
especially
on.
because the
Dan
way
is in
you
the
behave
bathroom.
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You
My
okay?
argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself in the conversation.
Wait, did I miss Dan being a cuck?
that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea,
Oh my
Palestine would be
God,
free
bro.
is actually
I'm not gonna let you stomach
exterminationist
me
slogan
again.
that
Another
terrifies
pathetic
Jewish
fucking
people.
lie. Holy
you,
shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment.
Did I miss it? Did I miss the... I didn't say Snark called CPS? Oh, damn it. How far back was that? All right, I'll find it.
Definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Get in the backyard, but for our own peace of mind, we wouldn't let the dogs out unsupervised.
Hell no, in the middle of the night, especially if we're
Especially in the middle of the night. So we set up a doggy door for them that once you exit it, you are in a totally enclosed, like a huge cage. It's not like a small cage. It's like a room.
It's called a
I mean,
kennel.
everybody in our house is very privileged, including the dogs and the kids. So I showed him like, we take them out. They have a giant backyard, and then they even have this enclosure that we built just for them so they can go out safely at night. Then I showed him the kids' rooms, and he's like, oh yeah, lots.
Snark called Child Protective Services on us. Yeah, I think military, this is the doctrine of surrender, by the way, chat. This is a pathetic move, but you should be aware of it. It's an advanced move. It's called the doctrine of surrender. So basically what you do is you stipulate things that are fatal to your position, but then you very quickly move on. Right? Like this is like if you're in a losing position in a conversation or argument, and this is a really good trick if you're trying to gaslight your partner. If you have something that you look really bad on and you're just wrong, right? And it's fatal to your position. One of the things you could do is just very quickly agree to it and then move the conversation on. Like you agree to it, but then you just move the conversation on, because then like you don't allow the person to establish that surrender as important and as proving their point. You just surrender that point and then move on. And then if somebody brings up the fact that you did that, you go, but I surrendered. Why are you being so mean to me? And you make it about emotions, right? You make it about tone instead of logic. Because what he just said, which is we should cut off military aid to Israel, is a far left position that he does not believe. But he's saying it now because in the moment of, he just asserted that Israel can fight this war without the US. He was proven wrong. Instead of realizing that the United States is basically doing this genocide, he then says like, well, I don't think we should give them military aid. Well, okay. Then why are you attacking every single person who advocates to stop giving the military aid, Ethan? Because you don't actually want the United States to stop giving Israel aid. You don't want to actually acknowledge that Israel wouldn't be able to do this genocide without the US. And therefore, you don't want to acknowledge that protesting Israel in the United States is not anti-Semitic. It is supporting a position you claim to have, which is incoherent. Why should $330 billion of American tax money go to Israel, Ethan? And there you have it, chat. Like, I predicted he would do this exact thing. Chat, Vio wants to show you another present they got me. It's a bouquet. Is it like one of those bouquets with fake flowers? Or like they preserved in some way? Oh, they're forever bouquet. Wow. They're real. Wow. When you buy yourself gifts and present them to someone else. I know, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. Like, oh, look at this ice cream machine. Oh, look at this forever bouquet. Oh, look at this this charcuterie board. Oh, it's so much food. You can't possibly eat all that. I guess you'll have to share. I'm doing the camera lens, chat. Don't worry. No, I have it. I have it. This weekend, I'm going to work on my studio, chat. We're going to upgrade the studio. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, can we go back to finishing this shit? We're almost halfway done. Can you believe it? I'm going to end. Whenever I hit noon, I'm not streaming past noon. Like, I'm ending no matter where we are.
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question. So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like...
By the way, Ethan didn't say he didn't know who called CPS is. Hasan fucked up here. This is actually the Hasan L of the entire debate. Ethan did not say, I don't know who called CPS. He did not say that. He said, I didn't say that Snark called CPS, which he did say that, which he was caught. Everybody exposed him. The title said Snark called CPS. He was never, Hasan never asked him, hey, Ethan, do you know who called CPS? Who was it? He didn't say that. He didn't answer those questions.
Whoever I don't like that is called CPS. And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS?
What do I think the normie reaction is to this debate? The normie reaction is Hasan has gained 30,000 subscribers in the last 30 days. He's having some of the highest views his channel has ever had. He had twice as many views on his stream than Ethan had on his stream. Ethan Klein has lost 50,000 subscribers in the last 30 days and lost 50,000 subscribers the last 30 days before that. Hasan is having massively important articles written about him in every major political publication. He's getting he's doing podcast collaborations with Theo Vaughn, who is one of the largest podcasters in the world. Hasan is rising. Hasan is more important every single day. He is probably one of the most important alt media or new media political commentators on the entire planet. Ethan Klein is a washed up, failed comedian who got famous 10 years ago because he was one of the first people to make a video with jokes in it on YouTube. Okay, so the normie reaction to this is Ethan Klein is an unhinged weirdo and is a Zionist. Go look at the reactions on places like TikTok. Ethan Klein is getting absolutely ripped up a new one. Nobody thinks Ethan Klein looks good. The only place that Ethan Klein is getting any kind of support are far-right places that are anti-Hasan or the same old snark community / anti-Hasan subreddits. That is a fair evaluation of what's going on. I mean, I had multiple viral tweets making fun of Ethan Klein yesterday. Multiple. And they weren't even that good, to be honest with you. I tweet a lot. And like here, I'll give you an example. Making fun of Hutch and his mod, doing a little bit of disinformation for Hutch, which was fun. The clip of Ethan Klein saying Arabs force Jews to anti-Semitic Arabs, the damn anti-Semitic Arabs force Jews to become Zionists, saying that all Arabs are anti-Semitic. 15K. I've never seen anyone surrender every point like Ethan Klein and try to move on when cornered. 7K. 12K for Ethan Klein, H3 production subscriber count, negative 50K. My objective is not to be liked. Ethan Klein, objective achieved, 3K. Ethan Klein backed out from his claims that we called CPS, 12K. Ethan Klein is an unrepentant Zionist and Israeli propagandist, 2.3K. I worked with this podcast co-host, not Destiny, 3.8K. Attacking the crew, 3.2K. Ethan Klein is a pathetic loser, 5K. Like, I've got, like, how many... I mean, like... Guys, he got fucking destroyed.
The harassment campaign is much more broad than that. Absolutely not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link. Did they not?
What does that mean, participating in the harassment campaign? Which is not what he said. He said Starkers called CPS. Hey, thank you, Mark's in me. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for giving me subs. I appreciate it. It's really nice. Thank you. What do you guys say? 420 on my birthday? Huh? No, let's keep this.
Last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd? No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of this disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan, I can't
why
believe
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point.
Oh, cool,
as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay? There's a difference between someone
that's
doing
different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
Bro, I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you, because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan, people don't
like you. My objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Asmonfold, thank you for the 50, Bob. Holy shit. I knew it was a good idea to stream on my birthday. I knew it was a good idea to stream my birthday. Thank you, everybody, for watching this reaction the very next day. I feel like I should have waited till Monday, honestly. But I had to stream on my birthday because that's the best way to get subs. I mean, like, come on. How could I not?
Are you bringing any of this up?
Wait, biscuits and gravy from McDonald's? Does McDonald's have biscuits and gravy? Does McDonald's have biscuits and gravy? First of all, don't eat at McDonald's because I'm pretty sure they're on BDS. But I feel like as an American, I know the entire McDonald's menu. As an American, every American knows the entire McDonald's menu, and I don't know of biscuits and gravy in McDonald's. Yeah, there's no fucking biscuits and gravy.
Like you, I can't change that. Okay, there's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Yeah, because I'm not responsible
this must
for
be
it.
a Southern
Here, play this
thing.
video, Dan. Here you go.
This must be
anyway,
a
it's not about being
thing.
liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment campaign.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's embarrassing
Dan,
too.
sorry, hold on. Dan is in the bathroom
now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on.
What a moderator.
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine would be free is actually
I'm not gonna let you stomach me with again another pathetic
Jewish
fucking
people.
lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos? Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this?
Token
This is the clip.
Jews that are not representative of the broader movement.
They're
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's
So
like
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb
Jews
specifically,
that you
yes.
don't like, and you are quick to call them
I have a
capos.
problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
Yeah, but I'm not.
But suddenly,
I just want to say this. I like Bad Empanada. Can I just say that I like Bad Empanada? I don't even care if Bad Empanada doesn't like me. He can call me a labor aristocrat, white, colonizer. I don't even care. I still like Bad Empanada. Uncritical support to Bad Empanada.
When he starts talking about me, he's your best friend.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what I also always say?
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada. And
why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never.
Yeah. Thawed, by the way, would live gave a shout out to the Yeet last week, which is the Nazi Cucumber is the group's admin. It's followed by Dan Saltzman and Yeet. More on Yeet later. The Cucumber spends his days tweeting out calls for violence and mass murder against Arabs and Muslims, and then switches to his alt to attack N-words for Palestine. Hezbollah's most active soldier is an account called Yeet, who pretends to be TMZ for streamers, but is actually a Hezbollah mod. Yeet curates misleading clips to encourage harassment as promoted by Asmongold, XQC, Ethan Klein, and their respective communities. This guy, wow. Organized threat on Destiny Dan Sussman's Nazi troll farm, the Hezbollah Brigade, and its promotion by Ethan Klein, Asmongold, and XQC. The group mocks dead children, spreads violent hate speech, and orchestrates harassment and campaigns against streamers like Hasan. What the fuck? If being indigenous is contingent on being extremely inbred like Muhammad from Gaza, that indigeneity is a completely worthless concept that has no positive moral value. Oh my God. We need to take it upon ourselves to drive the Islamic horde out of the West. Flaccid turkey sausage replying to Drew Pavlov. Flaccid turkey sausage reposted. President Trump gave Israel the green light to do whatever it decides about Palestine, Gaza, and Hamas. If Israel wishes, starting tonight, the entire Gaza Strip can be set on fire. Will Israel do it? There is no other choice. Hamas won't surrender. The only option is complete annihilation. Wow, that's... I mean, Destiny was never a progressive. This is something that I've talked about for a long time, and he's never been a progressive. All right, like he just drifted into a fucking niche online, and then other people outperformed him in that niche, and he became obsessed with trying to destroy them. Jesus.
Never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos initially.
That is a insane, pathetic,
that's what it is.
lie.
No, he said.
You literally oh my God, dude. Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You changed like
now let's watch. Did you ask for it?
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said. Because it's
oh
not
my God, wait. I sent you a clip. Why aren't you
all these
playing
other
that one?
content creators actually,
watch.
Whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit.
Wait, this is supposed to be the clip that the DGGers put together for Ethan of Hasan saying Bad Empanada is is like he doesn't want to view his stuff, or he finds him to be a little unhinged.
Make sure that I can do. Fucking profile low, okay? Before you go get a fucking job. I don't care about a job. I'm just trying. Fucking bullshit! I'm not paying for you to your life, dickhead. I'm fighting for what's right. That's right.
Guys, if Drew ever comes to America, you guys gotta let me know. I gotta meet Drew. I gotta meet Drew Pavlov in person. I gotta meet him in person. So if he ever comes to America, you guys gotta let me know, right? Because we'll definitely. I want to meet up so bad. I want to hang out. I want to hang out with him.
And bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so.
Okay, you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7 minutes.
No,
Where do you want me to watch?
it?
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Oh, you'll get it. And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the middle.
By the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice.
What?
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck.
Keep going.
What you said.
No.
Oh, why?
Come on.
It's
We watched
7
a
minutes
lot of
long,
your
bro.
clips. Keep going.
Spare the
This is
audience.
about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer of it?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
No, I don't want to finish it. I know what it is. You talk kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community? You think I'm not
absolutely
trying to
are
get
not.
people to stop yelling at you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever.
Wait,
by the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
Well,
my turn.
No, yes, whoa.
Wow, would you look at that? Another time, Tidy v Timey, mark it down. Another time, Ethan Klein surrendered again. What is that, 6th point he surrendered on? The 6th one, he asserted, Hasan never moderates my community. He was attacking me the whole time. And Hasan gives him evidence. He yells over it, screams, and then goes, you're right. Move on. The 7th time?
Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watched his videos.
He changed his mind. Ethan, you know that Bad Empanada can change his mind, right? You know that Bad Empanada can change his mind, right? Like, he used to be one of those people that foolishly thought that reactors were just parasites that were stealing views, which is a dumb fuck take, by the way. If you're a content creator and you make videos and somebody like Hasan watches your videos, that is the best thing that could ever happen to you. Especially if you're a political content creator. If you usually don't make political content, it's not going to be as valuable. But if Hasan watches your shit, watches your YouTube, or if you're so lucky, starts watching it a lot, it's going to blow you up. So if you're dumb enough to think that it's bad, the only time that you could ever argue that it's not that helpful is if you're already a super mature channel and you know, people start posting reaction, you know, the fans start posting reactions, and it could cut into your already mature channel. But if you're like a channel that's less than 1 million or less than 500,000 or less than 250,000 or less than 100,000, which I think Bad and Panada was, now he's closing in on 200,000. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Then he's just wrong not to do it. But it is what it is. Like if Hasan would say to me, Mike, if you make YouTube videos, I will watch them on stream, I would start making YouTube videos like that. I would make YouTube videos just for Hasan to watch them on stream. If I could be guaranteed that they would actually be watched, I might actually start putting together long form YouTube videos, 15 minutes long. I actually should. Honestly, I know what streamers want. I should do it. I'm just, oh, God damn it. God damn it. This guy's surrendering compilation is almost going to be as long as his N-word comp. Nothing is as long as Ethan Klein's N-word compilation. Are you nuts? Nothing is longer than Ethan Klein's N-word compilation. Are you okay? In celebration of Hasan's debate victory, I called CPS again and mailed more skulls. 4 this time. By the way, chat, this is known as a joke. He did not call CPS and he did not mail the skulls. That's called a hyperbolic joke.
Your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice shirt, by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide and propaganda.
Wait, that's in the clip. Ethan, you keep doing this thing.
I'm playing the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
Yes.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I told you why I wasn't watching Bad and Banana videos.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Wait, mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
Because
Patreon.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Such a
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more with that. I think that Bad and Banana has two sides. He has the videos he produces that he takes very seriously, and he puts together a coherent argument, and he backs it up with a lot of sources, and he tries to make a good narrativized video. Those are unimpeachable. I disagree with a couple of them, by the way. I don't completely agree with all of his videos, but I think that largely, if you're going to Bad and Banana's main channel and watching his videos, they're going to be great, legitimately great. Okay, and you know, sometimes I disagree with them and it's fine, but for the most part he puts a lot of effort into them and they're worthwhile. Okay, he puts it into the research and not in the like flashy editing. All right, as far as his live streams, he treats them like you should treat them. They're live streams. He acts like an asshole. He doesn't put that much effort into it, and he gets a little bit hyperbolic and a little bit personal because people, by the way, did that to him first. I want you to understand, chat, that Bad and Banana acts the way he does because he was attacked virulently by Destiny and Vaush. So, like, he was attacked virulently when he was a small creator by Destiny and Vaush, whatever that pedophile's name is. And he got prickly from that. And you know what? He's 100% right. I think he was totally right in everything he did. And he intimidated them to the point where they backed down.
Freak, dude. Oh my Lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad and Panada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter...
I always disagreed with Hasan. I don't think he's a psychopath. I think he just he just returns the energy that these Nazi fucking losers put out there He just gives them exactly what they put out. Do you know how many times people are making threats and jokes about like suicide of trans people or day of the rope or any of that other shit? He just gives these Nazi scum half the energy back. He doesn't even do death threats or anything. He's hyperbolic and he punches directly at these pieces of shit in ways that they're not used to. Now, I don't think it's always good optically, but I don't think he's a psycho. If you could show me an example of where Bad Empanada is being psychotic, I'd love to see it. You're literally on trial right now for sex crimes. Boy, fuck, I get it now. I understand why Hasan avoids debates. He's actually totally clueless about Israel-Palestine, probably the majority of issues he talks about. LOL. Notice how there's not an argument here? Notice how Destiny doesn't make any arguments? Hey guys, Destiny viewers, notice how you don't make any arguments, you fucking worthless sack of shit? Well, he's just clueless. He's just clueless. Wow, what an amazing argument. Wow, thanks, man. You really got us.
7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right?
I don't know if you have a.
Let's just
I don't know if you have a
Bad
command over
Empanada,
the
who
English
literally
language.
exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed
is ridiculous.
None of the things you showed is inconsistent.
He is the
you're doing it right now.
most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with
Why is he
that.
a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he
Okay,
be a terrorist?
here we. I got it. Yes, you're. By the way, you can even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative that you presented.
It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
By the way, this is first of all I can say this right now is that Hasan, I hope you learned your lesson about giving your opponent's employee act as moderator and giving away the clip power completely to the other side was dumb.
I'd benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably,
do you want
empirically
to hear
true.
my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good. So
we'll see.
Bad Empanada, he's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada on his
What
YouTube
about his videos
essays,
attacking me?
especially
Is that part of his
Bad
great
Empanada
body of
on
work?
his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you
very
watching ones called
informative.
Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role-play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not.
Yeah.
But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate... You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak who literally hates me.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why
How
that
many?
blockade ended is because
How many of you watched Not About Me?
What? The reason
How
why...
many videos of his have you
I don't know the number, but it's a lot.
watched that are not about
I've
me?
watched a ton of that. I think I've watched like every one of Bad Empanada videos on here. Haven't I? I feel like I've watched a ton of Bad Empanada videos.
Maybe,
I
don't know. Maybe
I
one?
watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No.
What? Bad Empanada's videos are good. Like, you can literally see. You can see the red marks. I watched the Czar content. I didn't watch this whole thing, but like, The new anti-Semitism, the era of global conspiracy, fascists tried to murder me, the appeal to Jewish fallacy, the token Palestinian industry, the war in Ukraine. Like, I've been watching his videos for years and years and years. Okay, there's Fujimori, I watched that one. The Uyghur genocide, understanding neoliberalism, I watched this on there. Did the CIA and the Queen overthrow the Australian government? We've watched so many of these on here. I even watched a video on Peronism.
No, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
You are.
Okay.
That's part of the narrative, right?
I mean, that's not just me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Oh, God damn it. Oh, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's
these
over
are
the
most
60.
likely,
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me.
These
over
are
a
fan
60-day
channels.
period, that's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Right.
You're presenting
Right.
the same. You're presenting.
Okay,
fan
first of
channels
all,
that
I'm
are
just showing how
posting-
much you talk about me on stream. Second of all,
I think you were perhaps the first person to call Ethan out for the narcissistic temper tantrum that this debate was like over a year ago. Yeah, it's called narcissistic smear campaign. I just know how these people are going to operate. I just know how they're going to operate well before they ever operate. Like you know what I mean? Like, I know them. I know these type of personalities.
The fan channel defense is let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. The fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
You have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on Twitch on my Twitch
66
stream.
videos about
I say
me.
one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and
you
over again.
love
So
it.
of course
It's all
gonna look
part,
like
so
I'm
you don't
talking
ever have
about
to
you a
accept
lot more than it
responsibility.
actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total.
It's
no,
the
no.
same moment.
No. This
It's
has the same
usually
moments.
the
The
same
last one
moment
does not.
multiplied. Go back to the
no,
fucking
this one does
photo.
not have this. No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked
Okay.
about me on your stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay,
because
so
I
and
think
I'm
you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Hold on. Do you think this is
I have some
reasonable?
numbers as well.
Hold on. You're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you. Okay.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in.
On
okay?
your
Last 60
Instagram
days.
stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't
on
believe
your
that.
Instagram
Wait,
story
hold on.
post
From what period?
since
From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since
no,
what
that's
date?
you, not fan channels.
I'm
This is
asking
your
you for what
Instagram.
date? What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st. Since
2023?
January 31st, on your Instagram stories, not
year?
including clips,
What
you have
year?
mentioned me.
What year?
Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year?
110.
That's an absolute fucking lie.
110
Show me the evidence of that.
times.
Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about
This
you
is before
110
the
times.
clips.
Show me.
You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Notice how much better it went when Hasan was prepped? Notice how much better the arguments go when Hasan had a little bit of prep?
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no. It's
Son,
shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the
Ethan,
last 2 months.
110
They're not my channels. They
Instagram
operate with
stories.
your
When you
approval,
look at
under your
my-
direction.
when you
It's
look
part
at
of
me
your disinfo
referencing you,
campaign
it's
to avoid
almost
responsibility. It's so
always
obvious.
Within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement? Hasan called me
you
stupid,
say
and I said my video is bad.
You're streaming it, bro. You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make
Ethan, your
a
entire
story.
fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors.
He threatened them with sue. He threatened to sue them. He didn't actually sue them, which is slight different. But I'll let Hasan misspeak a little bit.
Them, which you
when did I try to sue? Whoa,
you wanted to dox them
when
to
did
their families.
What?
You
sent
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well.
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
What the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond. You just
get your lawyer to.
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people. There are anonymous Redditors.
Extort?
Sure,
Who's
they
extorting?
Said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Go on.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck, I will give you $1 million.
I'm explaining the context, dude.
I didn't
You're
even
accusing me
know
of something.
What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something, I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue
what
you're talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well,
they
were fucking.
Do you think, okay, about this instance.
Well, great. It's not that
one
crazy.
One of the Redditors that you sued. Okay.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did
first
you
of all,
sue for copyright infringement, but in the
Hasan,
process,
you are absolute. Hold on, you're lying. So you have to
suing
stop.
them for
I have not
copyright
sued
infringement, your lawyer demanded.
What about Dune? Do you like Dune?
Insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. What does that mean? And then your lawyer says,
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me, what does it mean, bro?
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just make people dance if they got him on a copyright claim?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay.
Conversation is when Ethan talks over you while you're in the middle of a sentence.
Sure.
Right. Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to
this
even
person.
you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down.
They were posting clips of your scandals. They were short little clips. They're not actually competitors. They were using it to criticize you, you fucking rat fuck. You fucking rat fuck. It's called fair use. The only reason you have a career. Your career has 2 elements to it. Ooh, vape niche. And I'm being sued for fair use. Reddit rally behind me. Fair use. That's your entire career. And now you're going after Redditors for posting clips of you to criticize you. If you want an understanding of how much this is a snark subreddit, this is the last month on H3 searching Hasan relevance past month. So the past month on the H3 subreddit, these are all Hasan. This is the Hasan for the last month. 1 month. Hasan, 1 month. 1 month. And these are all not from the debate. These are from weeks ago and weeks ago. The debate is so Hasan coded. The debate is so Hasan coded. Matan Evan crashed Hasan's IRL stream at a protest. This is literally a DGG post. Is this guy a DGGer? This guy has got to be a DGG. This is the only people that have saved this. These are the only people that have saved this shit. Like, legitimately, it's a weird... How old is this account? Okay, 3 years old. A lot of them who posted the H3 started deleting their they started deleting their old Destiny posts, which, I mean, I get it. Who wants to be associated with Destiny? Holy shit. I'm trying to see the beginning of his H3 posts. Removed by Reddit. Ugh. Ugh. We'll have to get into this
Found
more.
the DMC post, and they erroneously.
How? By posting?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you. How? By posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
So you're
Really?
admitting that you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
frivolous
That is-
copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a
fair
lawsuit?
use Ethan Klein
You know the difference between a letter and a
filed
lawsuit?
a frivolous lawsuit to try
not
and
frivolous.
stop people from criticizing you on Reddit. Do you
Did
know
I
how
say
many people
crit-
criticize me
do
on
you
my
know-
Reddit? Do you know how
I
many
didn't
people
say
criticize me
criticize.
on your Reddit?
Oh my God, this
Imagine
is so
if I was
pointless.
fucking suing them. How much
Bro,
would you
you-
talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something.
Wait,
They're
wait,
posting
wait, hold
paywall.
on,
they were
hold on.
posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you
hold
don't
on
support
now.
Ethan."
Hold on now.
Spare me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr. Fair,
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero.
Bro.
I have.
Bro.
Oh, damn it. The hater behavior video used to come
Bro,
out.
I had 0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11.
You literally make every single one of your streams hate videos. Every single one of your streams are extended hate videos. In the last 30 days, you've talked about me for like 10 hours.
Of them. Now let me ask you this. You see, whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't, because what's
Wow,
cowardly
well,
is ducking me for the past
Ducking
4
you? I'm
months.
sitting in front of
when
you.
when you dropped the content nuke, I said, I'm willing to talk to you. And you knew it wasn't going to look
Oh
good,
my God, bro,
as
it's so
today has
stupid.
demonstrated.
I said
and that's
just
precisely
watch
why
the-
you tried to add additional
said watch the
qualifications to it. Like,
video.
oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
Yeah, that's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know the clips.
It's not a
because-
biography. You understand
Ethan,
that,
can I ask
right?
a question
Do you
for
understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference?
Ethan,
hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not
what's
sure you
interesting
understand.
for all the
it's
people
not
who
a
are tuning in
biography,
right
Hasan.
now.
It's not about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen.
Very
So how the
poorly,
fuck-
by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because
And
I've
you
watched
haven't-
11 hate
and You
videos.
haven't articulated a single good point yet. But also,
By the way, I
I'll
said
tell
I would
why.
debate you if you watched it. It's very
I'll tell you
simple.
why. I'll tell you why. I'll
You
tell
were
why.
dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you
There
can't
is a
provide,
video
by the
on
way.
my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what 600,000 views. Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content.
Mike the White. Okay. Oh, finally, we got a new account. The Mike the White mom that said the N-word raised over 400K. How does it feel to lose the grip on the narrative? Why would I? Wait. You think I'm surprised that there are fascist people in America? You're confused over what my politics are. I am a Marxist-Leninist. I know what you are, and I know where you should go. You know, I'm not a fucking softy little liberal like you who thinks that we're going to be nice to the fascists. I have a plan for you.
Nuke, okay? In that video, you will
anyway, send me your full name and address.
Notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim.
The H3 show had a 90-minute section dedicated to me. Yeah, I mean, like, look at this shit.
It's here on Twitter. Oh my God. Here you boost a stalker account. A stalker account? Are you really that fucking baby brained?
Oh, wow. You stalker account. Yeah, Yeet has been banned thousands of times on Twitch for stalking streamers, you fucking scum.
He made in his
video. You didn't watch the video.
Do
How
I
do you
have
know
the
that?
capacity?
Also, the idea of somebody
PA.
getting paid, that woman, by the way, in case you don't know what that is, that woman was paid $400,000 for screaming the N-word at a 5-year-old black boy. And she put up a GoFundMe because people were rightfully pissed at her. And white supremacists gave her $400,000. And they're trying to flex like that's a lot of money. Like, they think a international story raising $400,000 for saying the N-word to a 5-year-old is impressive. You guys ain't fucking shit.
You didn't
do
watch the
I have the
video.
capacity to see the future?
So where'd you get the list? Someone send you a list
Mike
of all my
opinion on Hasan voting for Harris? Mistake.
points?
How did
Why
I
not just
answer
watch
all
the
of his
video then?
questions?
Why not just watch the video?
Wait,
It seems
did I get a
cowardly. You're
list
like,
of all
I
your
don't want to
points?
watch the video.
Did I
Just
get
send me a
all your
list
points,
of all the
Ethan?
things. So
Ethan?
I can't
Ethan?
I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan, you consider
he's making a
yourself-
good point.
You have, in the
Why
cringiest
not
way
watch the
possible,
video?
considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially, that I didn't
That's
respond
right.
to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay. So
Who cannot,
let me
by
explain
the way,
to you something.
being
Why did I
pro-Palestine means
have-
you are
why did I have
infallible
all
and
the
can never be
information?
criticized. That's awesome.
Why did I have
you
all
want
the
to talk about the
information that I
content,
actually
Nuke?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content, Nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context.
Watch
Go
my
ahead.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about
No,
me.
I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over sexual
out of
assaults, is that
context?
one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
It was from
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally, was me
Why are we going over this again,
defending the
dude?
likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares?
Do you
I
feel
wanna
like
talk
that was
about
an
something
appropriate
else.
way to show that I was a rape
It wasn't out
denier?
of context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have?
Do you
I
feel
showed
like... wait, what do you mean? You
I
can't
showed
just say
you.
that wasn't out of context. That is the
How was it out of
context.
context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all
that
the
they
other ones?
might have happened because rapes
What about
are
all the other
actually...
ones?
Rapes are
What about all
actually
the other ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in
about
conflicts
all the
in
other
general.
clips?
So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
What? Okay, so so you
Do
so
you
here
feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying like,
I think
oh,
I showed
no.
sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's
so you
one
recognize
example.
that
That's
was out
one
of
small.
context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the master list. Okay, if you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well. But or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one?
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking Cricket.
Okay. Was
you admitted it, and so it's Jiminy Cricket. You got Ethan Klein. I legitimately don't know what it's like to be as dumb as Ethan Klein. Like, it's got to be fascinating. Like, is he getting like frustrated because he's just been disproven and he's pointing out that he's an idiot? Like imagine being Ethan Klein.
the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait. What? What is going
Because
on?
I have that because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it.
Okay, play
and then
it.
you can just
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine.
This is literally a guy whose party is called Jewish Power. This is why Ethan Klein is a Zionist. Otzma Yehidit. Jewish Power or Jewish Strength is a far-right, ultra-nationalist, Zionist, anti-Arab political party in Israel. It is the ideological descendant of the outlined Kach party. The party advocates for the deportation of those they consider to be enemies of Israel. The party has been widely described in international press as extremist, ultra-nationalist, and racist organization supporting Jewish supremacy, and been described by multiple sources, including the Israeli sociologist Eva Lauz, as a Jewish fascist group. They are part of the government with Benjamin Netanyahu. Can you imagine? And he called them, imagine the most inbred white nationalist, and Ethan Klein is using that to attack Hasan. And he claims to be pro-Palestine.
Okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred,
Pause it for a second.
ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
That's awesome.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to? You got to watch this part too.
Inbred, 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 inbred.
By the way, Dan, guys, this is Dan running this. Anybody who tells you the crew should be left alone is a fucking coward.
The clips there, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. Dude,
come on.
You continually refer to Jewish people as
such
inbred.
a pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video. You looked at
so again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just
dude.
dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and
again.
Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade Casey tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Fucking be real here.
Like the
Amish and the Queen.
The Jew. Well, and I mean Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. That's why we all have all these
really
neurological diseases.
Holy shit!
Because back in the day, we had our little village and we fucking ran around in our little suits.
Like
and nobody wanted to fuck us, so we're like, well, we'll fuck each other. And to be honest, there's like stinky suit where like, bro, you have to be very generous to fuck a Hasidic Jew.
He's such an anti-Semite. He's such an anti-Semite. It's not even true. He's such a fucking anti-Semite. Ashkenazi Jews are not inbred. What the fuck is he talking about? And then he started attacking Hasidic Jews. He's legitimately an anti-Semite.
Here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. it looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? Who? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right?
They're fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating.
So basically, Ethan believes that he should be allowed to call all Ashkenazi Jews, which means Jews from Europe, inbred, and that all Hasidic Jews are disgusting and stinky. That's what Ethan Klein says. And if we attack white supremacists, Jewish supremacists, racists, anti-Arabs who advocate ethnic cleansing and genocide, and you call those people inbred like white supremacist Southern inbred hicks, that's bad? And that's the level of Ethan Klein's Zionism right there, because Ethan Klein finds the attacks on Jewish extremists to be more offensive to him than the genocide of Palestinian kids.
You're referring continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro.
No,
you don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybully claiming that he was a victim of harassment.
He was walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? What is
to
the
be a
bully
crybully,
aspect?
there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you.
You said they were good people. You said they were nice little Jewish boys. You spread misinformation to lie on Hasan. We just saw the clip. AB, where are you at, AB? Is AB on his hands and knees right now? Where's AB at? I guess he must be on poop pile cleanup duty.
No,
where's AB at?
You are fucking crying about me.
He must have the fly swatter. He must be going around cleaning up all the flies.
Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
Nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people won't see that?
I literally took it back immediately.
With you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
There's a lot more.
Have you ever
keep going? Piece by piece?
You ever? No, it's fucking boring.
Oh, now it's boring.
Because because you're a chronic liar. I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke, okay?
Maybe
I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you've backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that. I do not.
That's rewriting history.
I'm going to say this very clearly.
No. It's not that you cared. It's that you fucking glazed him up.
Right now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this? I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're saying that it's a genocide. What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel?
That's
like
not
fucking
true.
bravo.
That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli through the fucking islands.
It was partially owned. Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
And it was bound for fucking for Turkey from India.
What do you think BDS
kidnapped
is, dude?
5 totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a year.
Video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that part too?
Take what back?
Wow, what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked on?
I don't know what I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
partially owned by an Israeli guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British company.
Conglomerate
it's owned by a British company.
Ship.
So it's owned by a
literally
British
claimed
company.
that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship. Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag to
How
get.
much of this? How much of this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy, if
this is exactly what the Houthis said. They say any Israeli associated ships, Israeli owned or Israeli companies or ships going to Israel will be stopped by them. Galaxy Leader, it was operated by the Japanese shipping company Nippon Yusen and owned by Galaxy Maritime Limited, which is in turn owned by Ray Car Carriers Limited, which is co-owned by Israeli businessman Abraham Ungar. It's right there. He co-owns Ray Car Carriers, which owns Galaxy Leader. What are you talking about? It's clear as day. What are you talking about, Ethan?
This Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%?
I don't know, and I don't care, because I think that even if they even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree
I'm not
with their...
conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate, and you
No, it
lied on your
wasn't.
fucking
That's an
video.
outright lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
Yes, it is. It's right there in the Wikipedia entry. It's right there. Co-owned by Israeli businessman. And Abraham, by the way, Abraham Ungar is a very politically active Zionist. And he's one of the 100 richest Israelis. Like he's extremely, extremely active politically. He was listed by Haaretz in 2019 as one of the 20 richest men in Israel. Forbes Israel put his net worth at $3.25 billion in its 2022 list of 100 richest Israelis. He is the partial owner of the vehicle carrier Galaxy Leader.
Gallmer, you're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie.
You say
and
it
you're
was an
basically
Isle
running
of
defense
Man.
for a terrorist
You said the flag
organization.
was on
Now,
Isle of
do
Man.
I defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait, dude. Let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country
Well,
on
not
the fucking
hijacking an
planet
unaffiliated
that
boat and
withstood-
kidnapping 15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping
Yeah,
anyone?
that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released. What
It
would
was,
you
yeah,
do,
I
Ethan?
remember.
What would you do?
What did I said they were
And
prisoners
they
for?
were released because there was a ceasefire in Gaza. As soon as there was a ceasefire in Gaza, the Houthis said they released the crew. Immediately.
Yeah, I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Just, you couldn't
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah,
were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were. They were held
That's what I
hostage.
said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage for sure.
So how's that help Israel taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated
Do you understand
sailors
the concept
hostage
of
for a year?
deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel kidnapping fucking?
Do you understand the concept of
foreign
deterrence?
sailors?
Yes.
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial
Really?
shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though
Does
nothing?
Ethan Klein think that like you shouldn't have blockaded Nazi Germany? Like if ships were sailing into Nazi Germany, was it wrong to stop them and impound them? Because guess what? The Allied Navy did that a lot.
Is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine. How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let it happen?
Yemeni is not Houthi, by
and
the
also,
way.
they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So what?
Scares.
how can
I mean,
these
it doesn't.
people-
It's what
how
Norman
can people
Finkelstein
deport
said.
Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate.
Were your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping
It's not
15
unaffiliated.
sailors?
It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was unaffiliated,
It is
as I've said
totally
already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record. But if it was, if it wasn't, even if it was,
why did they kidnap? They didn't need to kidnap random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending that?
You know what's terrorist?
You're defending them kidnapping these unrelated foreign sailors?
Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid flotilla.
When did I defend that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks like.
Well, you are defending terrorism.
As of this conversation taking place,
and you've done it many times during this conversation.
Literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coast.
But notice that Ethan Klein doesn't spend any time talking about that, right? Like Ethan Klein doesn't spend any time talking about Israel's crimes.
Of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance, and it's not only moral, but it's just and
very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
Is served,
do you think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was awesome? That was an awesome act of resistance.
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think. Well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good?
Damn, dude.
They're doing
it's not
it
unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
you won't explain how it's affiliated. You said it's owned by an Israeli conglomerate. That is an outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, there's a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected. I'm
telling
you.
It's owned by a British company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's connected.
Well, you're lying.
You don't like that connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The ship info is readily available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
You said it's unaffiliated with Israel, but it's actually owned by an Israeli businessman. So, who is a major political figure in Israel. So it's not unaffiliated with Israel?
Anyway, the problem for me, really,
it doesn't matter. Okay, that's point number 5 that you also presented falsely on your context puke.
The problem is more of the kidnapped sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are.
Ethan,
you go. Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah. Walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please explain to me how it's justifiable to kidnap 15 sailors.
Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated.
During the Holocaust,
holding them for a year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off.
Largest U.S. seizure of Iranian fuel from 4 tankers. The Justice Department announced today the successful disruption of a multi-million-dollar fuel shipment by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a designated foreign terrorist organization that was bound for Venezuela. These actions represent the government's largest ever seizure of fuel shipments from Iran. So in other words, the United States of America stopped 4 tankers going from Iran to Venezuela. Wait a minute. Did the United States of America have the jurisdiction and the right to stop trade between Iran and Venezuela? On what basis? The United States filed a complaint seeking to forfeit all petroleum product cargo. So we're going to steal all the property, by the way. The government announced today that it has successfully executed the seizure order and confiscated the cargo from all 4 vessels, totaling approximately 1.1 million barrels of petroleum. Do you understand how much? That's billion. That's what, 60 million, 100 million dollars? After enforcement of the U.S. forfeiture order, Iran's Navy forcibly boarded an unrelated ship in an apparent attempt to recover the seized petroleum, but was unsuccessful. A warrant for the arrest and civil forfeiture complaint are merely allegations. So they seized 4 ships. So it's pretty normal to seize and arrest the crew of a ship in foreign policy when you accuse them of terrorism. Well, would you look at that? Would you look at that? I guess seizing ships on international waters that of a terrorist designated group, the IDF, the Israeli government, that seems pretty terroristic to me.
off supply lines, okay? Supply lines for
See, this is
the
how fascists like Ethan Klein operate, right? What the United States does and what Israel does are totally legal and fine and good. Because we don't have to have any of these standards, right? There's no international law order here. This was just seized by the United States and billions of dollars of property stolen to what? Destroy the economies of Iran and Venezuela because they have governments we don't like.
Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay? Impacted civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Oh, what? Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
The answer is they couldn't release them because they're the poorest country in the world. And the United States and Saudi Arabia have a blockade over that country.
So the people
Filipino guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a
What do those
genocide
sailors have to do with
are
that?
actually terrorists because you don't agree with their
Kidnapping
fucking
innocents?
methods. But you have no way. You have no
Kidnapping
alternative.
innocents?
You have no alternative. You call
That's
it a
not
genocide
true. I
because
say
you're
just don't
supposed to sit
kidnap
around.
innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Damn.
Oh,
Okay,
is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then also
That's
turned
great.
around.
What does that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm
Kidnapping
ready. What do you
innocent people
mean?
is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could
Is
characterize
the
it that
IDF
way.
terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's
Why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's
They
different.
are the government. The Houthis are the government. They're just called terrorists by our government, our country, because we oppose it, because we want to put the Saudi Arabian slaver puppets back in.
Wait,
They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's history.
But I'll say, yeah, Israel, the
hold
IDF
on.
is terrorist. Yes,
Hold
the
on.
IDF's terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about.
Ethan Klein just said that his wife is a terrorist. Ethan Klein just said his wife is a terrorist. Incredible.
About how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power. What?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't
do not
know?
know.
It's
Yeah, you
really
should try
interesting
saying
because
that
in your
sometimes.
video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys
Oh
are actually
my
doing
God,
slavery.
bro.
And it
Give
turned
me
out
one.
that actually.
Oh my God! Why is he saying "Oh my God"? This is the problem with doing politics in the online sphere. And listen, I don't want to excessively gatekeep, because if we gave the powers that be the power to gatekeep, they would prevent me and Hasan from ever having a show. But then the problem is you have people like Ethan Klein who don't respect journalistic ethics at all, who don't care about being honest at all. It is, he's pointing out you're using unreliable propaganda outlets from Saudi Arabia. And Ethan Klein's response is, instead of going like, oh, what's wrong with the sources? And here's why the sources are fine. He just goes, oh my God, bro.
The
Saudi
videos
outlets.
that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay,
The
literally
Houthis
the poorest
have
country on the
slaves.
planet.
That's not
they
even
weren't the ones who were doing the
contested.
slavery, according to your own fucking video. But you still used it, and you used
Houthis have
Saudi
slaves,
propaganda
undisputed.
papers that at a time when Saudi Arabia was
understand why
doing
you're
a
defending
fucking
The United States of America has slaves. Like, okay. And by the way, it is disputed. It is disputed. That's why he's saying that, because it's a Saudi government paper that said it. The United States of America has slaves. The Houthis don't, as far as I know. There isn't a reliable source of the Houthis reenacting slavery.
Aside.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just
dude?
acknowledge that that they do terrible
Saudi-backed
shit.
government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, Well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement.
No,
of
the
fact.
Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
They don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a man-made
Yeah, and how's
famine.
that blockade, by the way,
Saudi
helping the
Arabia
country?
and the
How is
UAE.
the blockade
Why
helping the
did you
famine in
use-
Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading and doing for the poorest country on earth?
And this is the Zionist movement. Like, can you imagine? I want you to imagine. Let's just say for a second that a small, powerless country stood up for the Jews during the Holocaust. Can you imagine a German going in front of a group of people and going, what problem? How has this helped? Standing up to Nazi Germany, a powerful country, to stop the genocide. How has that helped you? How have you gotten more profit? How have you gotten more profit? What? Ethan Klein, you are fucking evil. You are fucking evil, dude. I am proud of everybody who resists the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. Just because they're poor and they don't have a lot of strength, it's impressive that they're actually using what little strength they have to stand up for what's right. It doesn't mean I agree with that movement. It doesn't mean I endorse that movement. But the idea that, oh, you're not profiting from stopping the genocide, so why are you doing it? This guy claims to be pro-Palestine, by the way.
Violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit on this
so
issue.
explain to me
but it
why it
seems like
matters.
you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about the specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What, their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is awesome.
No, why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context puke were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banners for terrorist Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein? And how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free."
You agree with kidnapping civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on Houthis' actions
relevant?
and the blockade against the Israelis. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like, we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
I thought Dan was the moderator. Is Ethan the moderator?
What the fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean? You
want to talk about
his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you. I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries. And I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
No,
and by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day if you want.
I'm sure you can. Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's
very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had an option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's,
Why?
yeah, that's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for the whole populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth. What are they doing for peace?
The Houthis have created
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care.
I
Let's
think
give them a
they
peace
deserve
prize.
it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Wait, also, it's still
Don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees. Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are.
Homophobic.
Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Hold on. I know you keep saying, oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring whenever you come across a point
no,
that
it's
you have to
irrelevant,
admit
bro.
is wrong.
And you
But
just talk and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women.
Homophobic.
All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did, and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. And again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method. Now,
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong. Again, a liar.
So you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF?
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English, you kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again. His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family. Because if he was a part of the Houthi family, his last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay? This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad. This guy's fucked up.
Let's look at it.
Of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen. Are you
stupid? Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
You dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch.
No, it's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Because the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews. So of course, for everyone in that side
Israel
of the fucking world, when they say Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including Refat.
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course.
Like, this is my point. Like, Ethan Klein just sits there. He doesn't engage with anything that's being said. There's like a fire hose of information being sprayed at Ethan Klein, and he's not hearing any of it. He's not even listening. He's just saying his little pre-canned talking points. Anybody who thinks Ethan Klein looks good or interesting in this, I have to question your basic functioning of your brain.
Absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government.
the only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck
think
Jewish
Anne Frank
people.
would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out of the
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them,
took up
yeah.
arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
Or
Say
something
Anne
that
Frank
didn't
would be
happen?
bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
Oh, it wouldn't be the same. Why wouldn't it be?
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's
If
not what...
Anne
Let me,
Frank-
let me show you. Let me show
Do
you.
you think that if Anne Frank...
Israel isn't...
do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you would call
Israel
her a
isn't
bad
occupying
person?
Yemen anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all they
You say
have
the Saudis...
known.
You said this... Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why
Because
is
they're
it damn
directly
the Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia. What are you
Oh, but I
talking
thought,
about?
oh, you see the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their... Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, which
Damn
I
the
have
Jews,
said time
curse
and time
upon the
again
Jews.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate
That's
by
nice.
Western standards. But if you listen to Norm
does it
has
say
a
Saudi
clip on
Arabia?
that too. Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?
Let me show you this.
Do you want
because
to
you've
hear
been going
Norm
on and on.
Finkelstein
Let-
explain that?
No.
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like if like Jewish partisans had a flag that said like death to Nazi Germany, death to the Germans, I probably wouldn't, I probably would consider that to be bad, but I would understand it. I would consider it to be anti-German bigotry, but I would understand, right? And that's the problem with what the Israeli state is doing, is it's killing people and genociding Arabs because of their race, and then uneducated, backwater, extremely poor regions, whatever you want to call it, are being expected to be like coming out of a freshman seminar on diversity. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You called the Qadis who were called for the genocide of the Arabs and want rivers of blood good, nice boys, while they were destroying humanitarian aid. Like, who are you to talk? Like, what are you talking about? New iDubbbz? Oh. The last section that when did he say that? Okay, let's finish the debate. When did he say that Arabs, it was like effing, he said like effing Arabs. He said something like,
Since it's their
I don't
homes,
think
why
you
did they
understand.
leave?
Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the...
Hey, Hasan should have like let him answer some of these. What section was that?
They could
a
go
necessity
to.
for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the War of 1948 and fucking Arab.
So, okay. So let's see if we can understand this. The Zionists did a massive planned ethnic cleansing called Plan Dalet, where they used violence, mass rape, actual provable mass rape, murder, mass murder, exterminations, and threatened force to ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. And then in other countries, there was a anti-Jewish reaction. And so the Arabs are anti-Semitic, and they created a million Zionists.
The rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up Morocco.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again.
Do you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs, the anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
What? There you go. What?
The fucking Arabs, the anti-Semitic Arabs.
Okay, she's a terrorist, bro. Please, we got to move on.
The reason.
Ethan Klein said his wife's a terrorist. What a debate, man. What a debate.
That's my point. Are you
rest
okay?
my case.
Okay, well, I mean,
no, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean,
Does anybody have the clip where Ethan Klein says that Arabs are violent? Muslim Arabs are violent? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, he says Arab Muslims are violent. And like they have a violence problem. Well, he said Arabs, and then he said it was like, oh, it was Arab Muslims.
You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend.
Is this debate going to have a Crowder effect and spiral his career? He's already spiraling. We talked about this before. Which is he's already spiraling. He's already spiraling. Like, he's lost 100,000 subscribers on his main channel. He's down, I think, like 30 or 40,000 over the last 30 days or in his podcast. Hasan is up 30,000. Hasan got 2 million views in the debate. He got 1 million. This is it.
Long thread of violence through the Muslim community, or Arab Muslims, to be more.
This is it.
Long thread of violence through the Muslim community, or Arab Muslims, to be more specific. Or when
The next thing I want to bring up at the
Oh my God.
serve yourself on a platter for them because you deserve it. Like, I think per capita, a lot of the weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit, I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community, or Arab Muslims, to be more specific. Or when
Can you imagine if anybody said anything like that about Jews as a group? Can you imagine if somebody said anything about Israeli Jews as a group? Can you imagine if someone did that? They would be called anti-Semitic. They would be a bigot for life. Like, can you imagine if like anybody said anything about Israelis being a haven for pedophiles? Like, Israel is a haven for Jewish American pedophiles. So much so that CBS News did a report on it. Do you understand how hard it is to get the mainstream news to report a story like this?
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, you know, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro, 48 years old and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered dangerous. But these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look the same. He remains elusive. Previous attempts to capture him have failed.
And by the way, Israelis are tired of so many pedophiles being able to escape justice in Israel because they don't want to live next to these people, right? It's such a problem, though. Why isn't this loophole being closed? We give you something to think about. Ben Gvir met his wife when he was 26 and she was 15. All right, chat. We're going to iDubbbz. I think I covered everything in the debate that I wanted to cover. Maybe we'll go back to it in a minute.